Hello, everybody. Oh, I went live and then all of a sudden I was like, oh no, I've not started Rumble. Shite. So I had to do Rumble just now. Rumble's a nuisance because you can only get one video off at a time, so it's a bloody nightmare sometimes. Um, right, here we are. Probably gonna start about 5 past, something like that. So, welcome to everybody. Thank you for your patience. Let's just double check Rumble to see if it's okay. And it is. It is okay. Yep, it is okay. I've done it. Good. Hope you're all well. Don't be afraid to say hello. Now, when I talk about Queen and royalties, I'm like, this is deserved. We have the one and only Rosie. Rosie, don't know how much I've missed you. And hopefully we have a good turnout tonight. But if we don't, I don't care. You're here. So glad you're here. Thank you for being here. I genuinely missed you so much. Um, I think Mad World, everyone's Spider Girl, everyone's missed you. So I really appreciate you coming in. Genuinely, I'm not even bullshitting. Like there's a lot of people they never come back. I'm like, whatever, if they come back, they come. You're one of those people. I love the fact that you come back. You always missed. Um, so yeah, that means a lot to me that you come back tonight. Hopefully, you enjoy this because I don't know what the hell we're doing um, with this trial. Oh, it's not even a trial. We're not even at the trial stage yet with this one, Rose. We're oh, where we at? Anyway, right. I'm glad it's you here. Right, there's a few other people here, but if they don't speak, that's fine. Right, I need to practice something here. Right, so I need to play this, and I need to tell me if you can hear it okay or not. So this is the video we're playing tonight. Um, but I'm trying to do it without headphones to see if it works. So
Hey everyone, welcome back. There's been a lot happening with the channel, and it's so good to finally be back and producing content again. I'm excited to see what comes next, and I can't thank you all enough for tuning in for this long and for your patience. To get you up to speed, the past few weeks, I, along with Jax from her channel Movie Myths and Monsters, have been rolling out Amber Heard's 2016 deposition during some live presentations. If you're wondering why she had to set for this deposition, when she first made her allegations against Johnny Depp in May of 2016, she requested a DVRO. She would not be granted one, instead receiving a TRO, or temporary restraining order, until she set for a deposition and presented her case in court to attempt to receive the DVRO. After dodging a deposition a few times over the course of the summer, she signed the papers to drop her claims entirely, but before Johnny would sign, she had to sit for a deposition first. Then she promptly dropped her allegations immediately after. To break down the rather lengthy testimony, we are conducting the live presentations in parts, so far having completed 3 parts of what will likely end up being 7 or 8 in total. As we continue to present new parts of the depot, I'll be releasing what I refer to as volumes. Volume 1 will actually consist of the first 2 lives, combining the testimony into one long, uninterrupted video, so you can see it from start to finish in full HD without our faces on the screen or without.
is it perfect? Cool. I'll go back to start again. So on my side, right, it's crackling. It's crackling a lot. But if I put my headphones on, I don't hear crackling. But you guys hear crackling. So I don't want you guys to hear any crackling. So your job today, Rosie, in between wine is if the audio goes echoey or crackling, just let me know. Oh, very slightly. Right. How about this then? How about this? If I put this on, see if this works okay. Because I want to get it right. No one else is here.
Hey everyone, welcome back. There's been a lot happening with the channel, and it's so good to finally be back and producing content again. I'm excited to see what comes next, and I can't thank you all enough for tuning in for this long and for your patience. To get you up to speed, the past few weeks, I, along with Jax from her channel Movie Myths and Monsters, have been rolling out Amber Heard's 2016 deposition during some live presentations. If you're wondering why she had to set for this deposition, when she first made her allegations against Johnny Depp in May of 2016, she requested a DVRO. She would not be granted one, instead receiving a TRO, or temporary restraining order, until she set for a deposition and presented her case in court to attempt to receive the DVRO. After dodging a deposition a few times over the course of the summer, she signed the papers to drop her claims entirely. But before Johnny would sign, she had to sit for a deposition first. Then she promptly dropped her allegations immediately after. To break down the rather lengthy testimony, we are conducting the live presentations in parts, so far having completed 3 parts.
Okay, thanks, Rosie. Spider Girl's here. Right, I have got your message, Spider Girl. But if the volume or if anything goes wrong, right, let me know, because I went on stream last night to rewatch some stuff. I couldn't believe how bad the audio was. I was like, no one told me. Right, so Spider Girl, where the fuck are you? Right, so Spider Girl's gonna be in the background today. You're right, Spider Girl. Spider Girl, are you in the actual right one to start off with? Are you in the Amber Heard divorce depositions studio? So sorry, Rosie, I got to try and get Spider Girl into the studio. So we will play. It is tonight, 2 videos, total of 4 hours, I think exactly. So it's not a long stream. So it's all good. Um, I hope you got the wine ready. Right, where's Spider Girl now? Yeah, I don't think Spider Girl's gonna come on camera, but she's gonna be here. She's good. One step at a time. One step at a time. Rosie, you've also got an invite. Anytime you want to come on, you can come on. I've opened my browser. So it says, um, I think it's because it means your camera. So what's the right one? Because you should just be able to come in. Right, let me go out of this screen then. No. If you go into settings, don't worry about what our screen says. Go into settings, and then right, I'll be back. I'm just gonna Mad World. Hello, Rosie. Queen Rosie is here. You two speak to yourselves because I need to sort Spider Girl out. I'll be back. I'm leaving the studio. I'll be back. I can add you to the stream. So Spider Girl, I'm sending you a video. Yeah, yeah, you can come it right. Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah, but you can't. In order to speak, you need to be connected. Right, let me send you this video. Because I can't add you otherwise. Yeah, I just can't add you, you see, until there's a mic. Like, I think you can come on without camera, but you can't come on without mic. And Rosie, nothing's changed. Spider Girl, Madwell, they're still a pain in the ass for me. Do you know what I mean? But we got some new members that they're chatty as hell. Some of the new members, yeah, I think you enjoy them. But we've lost so many. Like the if you remember when we were watching Zachariah and all them, Gwyneth Paltrow, I don't think we've apart from Madwell and Spider Girl, I don't think we've got anyone left. Oh, makes sense. I can't send you the message. Right, have you got audio to connect to Mad World? Not Mad World, Spider Girl. Get that up then. And nothing changes here. We're still right. How the fuck are you speaking as me then? Hang on. Yeah, no, it does. It does. No, I just think they've gone to other streamers. A lot of them, which is fine. Do you know what I mean? I understand that, and also I don't stream everything that people want to, which is all good. But we've gained some others. So right, I didn't post that. I didn't post that. How the hell are you posted as me? This is amazing. So you're here, but you're posted as me. Fucking great. You can say anything you want. Um, they'll need to connect it in my. So you haven't connected it basically. So if you go to settings, can you see settings? Just go to audio. Yeah, that's fine though. It's fine that you can post as me. That's all good. But if you go into audio, settings in StreamYard, go into audio, and then bang, connect it that way. Honestly, it's all good though. But if we can't do it, Spider Girl, what we'll do is we'll do it for next week if we have to. So don't worry too much. To be fair, we didn't really organize this, did we? So it's my fault. So don't you worry. So if you can't connect, or try and reconnect. If you can't, don't worry about it. We'll try and do it next week. I'll get you a Mad World in here to show you what to do. Um, I just don't want to keep. I think it's only Rosie. Literally, I don't think anyone's here except for Rosie, Mad World, and Spider Girl, and Rumble. We had like over 100 people on Rumble yesterday, which is fantastic. Let's give it 5 minutes and then we'll start. So I'll put that there. Yeah, it says to me they will need to connect their mic slash cam before you can add them to the stream. So me open this up then. YouTube. Analytics. Also, what's going on? I bet, right, Rosie, I bet you've liked this video. It's always Spider-Girl mad. We'll have to remind them all the time. That's weird. I I don't know then. Do you know what I mean? I literally haven't got a clue. Because it's yeah, it might be a case you have to just I had this with Morgan. She had to shut everything down and restart everything. And I know that you haven't updated yours for a while, so maybe that's what it is. I've no idea. But it's all good though. Don't worry about it. It's as I say, I should have set all this up way before now. So I only came here about 1:45 myself. So if you can't connect, that's fine. Let's do this next week then, because this isn't your speciality anyway. The trial is your speciality, which is in 2 weeks' time. Um, and then I don't know, maybe Monday if you and Madwell are around, we can just, or even tomorrow if you girls are around, we can just show you how it's all done. Right. Right, you know that screenshot you sent to me, right? Look, everyone's bored as fuck now. Oh, sorry, guys. Um, I've got it as echo cancellation I ticked, and then stereo audio is not ticked. Try it that way. It's just to see if it works that way. And I've got real tech as well, same as you. Let's try that way. Untick the second option, stereo audio, and click echo cancellation. Let's see if that does it for you. Again, Morgan had exactly the same issue. We had to faff around for ages on it. So it's not just you, it's just forever StreamYard. But as I say, don't worry about today anyway. If it doesn't work, we'll start it in a minute and then we'll go. I see people starting to like the video. Good, thank you, appreciate you, all of you. Um, so next, oh, that's weird because my obviously my headphones are like this, so just play about with it. And it might attach, or as I say, you might have to restart. I don't know. We're gonna have to do that. So play about with it. Just join if you can attach. Just join. It's all good. I'm very weary. We got the Queen here, and she's getting drunk at the minute. So I don't want to get Rosie get too drunk before we see this video. So as I say, Spider Girl, if you get on, you get on. If you don't, let's sort it out tomorrow or in the week. And I think we better start this video. There's a few more people here now, and we got people on Rumble waiting. So I've no idea what this video is. I think something to do with divorce. But do you know what? I don't mind saying this. I don't even know who Amber Heard is. I've no idea who she is. I've seen a picture of her, but I've no idea who she is. So this is going to be interesting. So apparently this video tonight and tomorrow night, not tomorrow, next Saturday, lays the foundation for me to understand who Amber Heard is. So I don't, yeah, we'll see. I think she's a very beautiful woman. That's my first comment about her. It's not this is what it is. She's a really bad actress. So is she I think she's an actress though, isn't it? I think someone told me she's an actress. So anyway, look, let's get into it. I apologize if I got any questions because I have no idea who this person is. I know Johnny Depp is on Pirates of the Caribbean and he's a successful actor. So I know who he is and I know what he looks like, obviously. So with that, get your wine ready. Or I've got my alternate corner mug. Fuck, this makes me piss like a racehorse in a night, mind. So I got coffee because I'm on medicine at the minute. So, well, I say that I've got a cider shandy. So, won't say nothing to the doctor though. Right. With that, let's play this bad boy. Please comment in the chat though. Just fucking, as we always do. Right. Why did I click that? It's here. I need to click. So, Rosie, nothing's changed. You're still disorganized.
Hey everyone, welcome back. There's been a lot happening with the channel, and it's so good to finally be back and producing content again. I'm excited to see what comes next, and I can't thank you all enough for tuning in for this long and for your patience. To get you up to speed, the past few weeks, I, along with Jax from her channel Movie Myths and Monsters, have been rolling out Amber Heard's 2016 deposition during some live presentations. If you're wondering why she had to set for this deposition, when she first made her allegations against Johnny Depp in May of 2016, she requested a DVRO. She would not be granted one, instead receiving a TRO, or temporary restraining order, until she set for a deposition and presented her case in court to attempt to receive the DVRO. After dodging a deposition a few times over the course of the summer, she signed the papers to drop her claims entirely. But before Johnny would sign, she had to sit for a deposition first. Then she promptly dropped her allegations immediately after. To break down the rather lengthy testimony, we are conducting the live presentations in parts, so far having completed 3 parts of what will likely end up being 7 or 8 in total. As we continue to present new parts of the depo, I'll be releasing what I refer to as volumes. Volume 1 will actually consist of the first 2 lives, combining the testimony into one long, uninterrupted video, so you can see it from start to finish in full HD without our faces on the screen, or without commentary or lag or any other disruptions during it. If you want to jump ahead straight to the testimony, you can find it here, and I ask if you grab any of this or clip it or use it, that you please credit my channel, as it would be greatly appreciated. Some may be wondering why I haven't shown this footage until now. Honestly, I was waiting for the trial to end, so these could be used to compare how Amber testified during the trial versus how she did in 2016, to see just how she reacted a few months after her initial allegations, before all the evidence, before all the allegations against her, a much more defensive and combative nature versus the traumatized one that would normally be expected or that she tried to demonstrate during the Virginia trial. So let's get to it. Feel free to like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and leave a comment telling me what you think about it. It all helps the channel, plus I love reading other people's ideas and points and gaining a new perspective. And remember to keep it respectful. Thanks again, everyone, and here we go.
Obviously, credit to this guy. I've given credit in the description box. Follow him, whatever you need to do. I'm not sure, but thank you, my guy. Oh shit, what's his name again? I don't remember. I'll say at the end, but it's in the description box. Thank you for doing this. Appreciate you. Credit to you, my man. Thank you. That should save me being sued. Right, let's go.
Good morning. We're on the record. This is the recorded video deposition of Amber Laura Depp in the matter of petitioner Amber Laura Depp versus respondent John Christopher Depp II, taken on behalf of the respondent. This deposition is taking place at 2049 Central Park East, Los Angeles, California, on August 13th, 2016, at approximately 10:01 a.m. My name is Stan Beverly. I'm the videographer with U.S. Legal Support located at 11845 West Olympic Boulevard, Los Angeles, California. Video and audio recordings will be taking place unless all parties have agreed to off the record.
Where Charles is.
Okay. Would all present please identify themselves?
Yes, good morning. Blair Burke on behalf of respondent Johnny Depp.
Hans Alhoff on behalf of respondent Johnny Depp.
Laura Wasser on behalf of the respondent Johnny Depp.
Samantha Klein on behalf of respondent Johnny Depp.
Lisa Sutton on behalf of respondent Johnny Depp.
Carrie Garvis Wright on behalf of respondent Johnny Depp.
Patty Glazer on behalf of Mr. Depp.
It being 10:02, correct? We are ready to begin, and it appears that petitioner Amber Laura Heard has not shown up for the deposition ordered by the court for today, nor has any of her legal representatives appeared. We can go off the record.
The time is approximately 10:02 a.m. and we're going off the record.
What the fuck? Is that it? Well, obviously it's not that it, because we see more stuff. So she didn't turn up on August 13th. It was just late or something. Mad World. I love Mad World. Thumbs up. Is that for thumbs up for the audio, for the fact that you've seen this before? Or is that a thumbs up? I don't know. What else would be? I don't know. But hopefully everything's. If the audio's bad, guys, let me know. Because I think we're friends here. I trust all three of you and whoever else is here. So I'd rather you tell me, because I hate bad audio. So I'd rather play about with it and get it right for you guys, my special people. I'm still excited. Rosie's here. It's amazing. Here we go. Here she is. Okay, now. Like, first things first, right? Unbiased view here, right? She's fucking pretty.
Okay, so if we.
She is pretty. Yeah, she's very
The time is approximately 10:07 a.m. and we're back on the record.
Thank you, Blair Burke on behalf of respondent Johnny Depp. It being 10:08, and we are now back on the record, having gone on the record at 10 a.m. for the court-ordered deposition of Amber Heard. Ms. Heard is apparently now here with her counsel, and if we could please have everyone introduce themselves.
Charles Harder for Ms. Heard.
Joseph Koenig for Ms. Heard.
Samantha Spector for Ms. Heard.
Pierce O'Donnell for Ms. Heard.
Leonard Levine for Ms. Heard.
I'm sorry. The certified court reporter is Pam Felton. Would you please swear in the witness?
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly state the testimony you're about to give in this deposition will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Heard.
Good morning.
Ms. Heard, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. Would you prefer that I call you Ms. Heard or Ms. Depp or Amber? What would be your preference?
Ms. Heard is fine.
Ms. Heard? Okay, I will do that. Ms. Heard, this is a proceeding in which you're about to give testimony, and it is known as a deposition. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Our purpose in taking your deposition is to obtain the facts, the true facts, and information within your knowledge related to matters involved in this lawsuit or proceeding. We do not seek to trick or to trap you in any way. We do not wish to cause you discomfort. The person transcribing the deposition is a certified shorthand court reporter. At the onset, you will be placed under oath. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Okay. You will then be asked questions which you are expected to answer fully and truthfully under oath. Please do not guess. We request your best present recollection of the facts and events about which you will be questioned. We will presume, therefore, that whatever you testify to today is your best present recollection and not a guess. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Although this deposition is being held in the informality of these law offices, this deposition does have all the solemnity of courtroom testimony. Since you're under oath, your testimony here today will have the same force and effect and be subject to the same penalties as if you were testifying in a courtroom before a judge. Do you understand?
Yes.
If I might ask you not to nod your head and instead answer yes or no, or however you wish to be responsive to my questions, because we have a court reporter, she needs to understand what you're saying. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay.
You're allowed to nod your head as well as say yes if you want to.
I understood that as well.
Among such penalties to which you are going to be subject for the penalty of perjury, I want you to know the definition of perjury. Perjury is defined as willfully and contrary to an oath administered, stating as true a material fact which you know to be false. Perjury is a crime. Do you understand?
Yes.
By saying, okay, the penalties for perjury are set forth in the California Penal Code. Everything said during your deposition will be taken down and transcribed by the court reporter. Every question we ask, every answer or comment you give, everything said by your attorney or this attorney or that attorney or that attorney or that attorney. You have, I think, 5 attorneys here. Everything said by any attorney will be duly transcribed. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
You've got 6 attorneys.
If therefore, I'm sorry, Mr. Hardy, did you say something?
Just noting for the record,
Noting for the record what?
how many attorneys you have and how many, or maybe you have 7.
If it therefore is vital that if any time you do not hear or do not understand any question is heard, you tell us at once so that we may have the opportunity immediately to repeat or rephrase a question to you.
I understand.
Obviously, if you do not promptly tell us otherwise, we'll have no choice but to presume that you did clearly hear and understand each question and that your answer to each question is based upon such complete and full understanding by you.
All right, I understand.
Please also remember that the court reporter can record the words of only one person speaking at a time. So allow time for the question fully to be completed before you begin to respond. If you inadvertently are interrupted before you finish your answer, please tell me immediately. Otherwise, we will assume that your answer was complete and you had nothing further to say on the subject. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
And don't interrupt her also.
Let the record reflect Mr. Harder interrupted petitioner's respondent's questioning to say the statement, don't interrupt her also.
The record already
At the
heard it.
conclusion of this session, the reporter will transcribe booklet form. He will have an opportunity to read that booklet and make any changes in the form of substance of the answer to any question you feel necessary. Be advised that at the time of this trial, you will be questioned before a judge as to why you made such changes. And we will contend at trial that your memory and recollection here today are good or better than at any later time. Can you think of any reason why you would be unable to provide me with accurate and comprehensive answers today?
No, I cannot. However, I do have a question. I didn't want to interrupt you while you were saying. I have a question.
Please.
What do you mean by having to go back and or having the option to go back and change anything I say? Why would I remember
Pierce's partners. One of Pierce's partners from Cleveland.
Sure, I'm happy to
clarify.
Thank you.
At the conclusion of this session, the reporter will transcribe what has been said into booklet form. Ms. Hurd will have an opportunity to read and make any changes in the former question that you feel necessary. You should know that at the time of will be asked before a judge as to why you made the changes. The position will be that your memory and recollection today are as good or better than in any later time. Do you understand now?
Until I approve the booklet, yes. Is that the correct?
Would you like a moment to speak with your counsel, Ms. Hurd?
I'd just like to say something. The point is you want to be as thorough as you can as to the question and accurate as you can so that you don't need to make any changes. You want to be as complete in this record as possible.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you think of any reason, Ms. Hurd, why you would be unable to provide me with accurate, truthful, and comprehensive answers today?
No.
Okay. Have you ingested any alcoholic beverage in the last 24 hours? No. Okay. Have you ingested any alcoholic beverage in the last 30 days?
I'm going to object. I instruct you not to answer. I don't think it's relevant. I think it invades our privacy. Don't answer it.
Are you going to answer my question, Ms.
I'm going to
Hurd?
take my counsel's advice.
Okay. Ms. Hurd, have you ingested any amphetamine called Provigil in the last 24 hours?
I'm going to object.
What does that mean?
I'm going to state an objection for the record. I think it's irrelevant, but I'm not going to instruct you not to answer. It's up to you.
I take my medicine as prescribed by my doctor every day.
Does your answer mean that the truth is that you have taken the amphetamine Provigil in the last 24 hours?
I'm also going to object vague and ambiguous and assumes facts, not in evidence, and calls for a legal conclusion on the characterization of the medication, because you keep calling it amphetamine, but I'm not a doctor and I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I in fact don't even know what it is.
Let me assure you, Ms. Hurd, it is an amphetamine.
She was in the process of...
Please don't interrupt me.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, Blair, because you instructed her to be sure to give a complete answer, but yet you're interrupting her. Problem for me and for her.
And unambiguously apologize to you, Ms. Hurd. I did not intend to interrupt you. I want you to be able to give full and complete statements, okay?
I would like to.
Have you taken the drug Provigil in the last 24 hours?
I have taken my medication as per my doctor's instructions.
I'm so sorry, right? I have to stop it. What the fuck are we watching? I want to stop it for a couple of seconds. What the fuck are we watching? This is brilliant. This is amazing. Is it like this all through? Because if it is, why the fuck have we not watched this before now? This is amazing. So fucking bitchy. Oh. I wish there's more people here because it's like, this is really fucking good. Amazing. Right off the bat, yeah. Right, let's get back into it. I might tweet a little clip about that. That's fucking amazing. Right, how do I fucking play? Sorry, guys, I don't mean to stop it, but we're all friends here, so it's all good.
When you refer to medication,
yes,
is that medication to which you refer the drug Provigil?
I take all prescribed medication as prescribed to me by my doctor. And I think my medical, my medical advice from my doctor is private.
Let the record reflect that the
any medication.
Petitioner, Ms. Hurd, has not responded to the question. On behalf of Mr. Depp, we will move to strike as non-responsive.
I'm just going to object. I think your last sentence is unnecessary. I think, Blair, honestly, you're being harassing to this witness intentionally. You're trying to rattle her. Whatever she says, whatever the record is, it is. You don't need to make your own commentary every time she gives an answer. And I think that's harassing and it's bothersome.
I can assure you, Mr. Harder, thank you for your comments. I can assure you I have no intention to harass Ms. Hurd. I asked her a direct question to which her response, unfortunately, compelled me to make an objection because it was non-responsive. I will ask Ms. Hurd,
I apologize if you feel I did not answer your question. I feel I was to answer your question best as I could while maintaining the integrity of my private medical information.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that. You've asked it 3 times.
And I also do not feel comfortable with what do you want me to call you? Blair? I'm sorry, I didn't ask you.
That would be fine.
Let's go with Ms. Burke.
Ms. Burke? Okay. Ms. Burke, I feel the way that you characterized it was perhaps I felt uncomfortable with how you characterized it. It's my medical history, and I feel there's something private and personal about that. And I also want to protect the integrity of my personal medical information. However, for the record, I would like to say I take my medication prescribed by my doctor and nothing else.
Let the record reflect on behalf of respondent Mr. Depp, we would object. The petitioner has been speaking for a number of seconds now, not in response to any question posed, and we would move to strike anything she said after the last refusal to answer the question, and ask you about any other medications you've ingested in the last 24 hours.
Okay. Are you finished or are you going to keep? It sounded like you were almost finished and maybe you weren't. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Counsel, if you do not have an objection
Oh, I do.
or an instruction to
I
your
do.
client, could you please remain silent?
I thought you were done, Blair, and then it sounded like you maybe weren't done. I was trying to get in an objection. My objection is this. I'm going to object on grounds of privacy and confidentiality. There's not a protective order here. Her medical history is not at issue in the case. She feels uncomfortable telling you about her medical history. You may have to make a motion to compel if you want to get into medical history. I think we should just move on and let's talk about the issues in the case.
I would ask that counsel, for the record, make no speaking objections. And if there is an illegal objection, I invite counsel to make it for the record. But I would also ask, I don't want to assume, Mr. Hurd, but will you be I'm sorry, Freudian slip. Would you, for the record, would you be defending Ms. Hurd as her attorney in these proceedings?
I'm defending her right now.
Okay, I just want to make clear, I will assume that any and all legal objections will be made by you today and not any of the other 7 lawyers.
No, you actually
here.
said earlier that all the things that everyone says on the record is going to be part of the record. So,
Right, I'm asking just so that we can have a clear record and any appropriate objections can be made that Ms. Hurd pick one lawyer from her team to defend her in this deposition and make for the record any legal objections.
Okay,
That is my request.
I understand your request. I will be making objections. If anyone else feels that they need to make an objection, I'm going to let them speak for themselves.
Ms. Hurd, have you ingested in the last 24 hours any non-prescribed medications?
No.
Ms. Hurd, have you ingested in the last 24 hours powder cocaine?
No.
Harassing.
Ms. Hurd, can you tell us as you sit here, and let me explain. It is very common in these proceedings that we just determine whether you have had any drugs or alcohol, whether anything would affect your ability to tell the truth today or impair your ability to tell the truth, okay? So,
and she's answered all those questions.
Okay.
She's answered about medication. She's answered about non-medication. She's answered about, is she capable of giving her best testimony? You've already covered all that. It's harassing at this point that you keep going over and over and over the same grounds.
Mr. Harder, are you making a legal objection?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
could you
harassing.
make that?
I said harassing, but I don't think that you got my message, so I wanted to be a little clearer.
Mr. Harder, you continue to make speaking objections which are inappropriate and improper in these proceedings. I will ask you once again to refrain from doing so. And I will ask you, Ms. Hurd, one more time to answer my question. Could you tell us if you have ingested any medication whatsoever in the last 24 hours?
Objection. Invades privacy, confidentiality, irrelevant, harassing, asked and answered many times now. Those are all legal objections.
Ms. Burke, I feel I have answered your question. I have taken absolutely nothing that is illegal or that should impair or alter my ability to engage in and be fully present and competent during today's discussion. Sorry, can you not hear me, Blair? I just want to make sure you heard me. It seemed like you were talking. Did you hear me?
Ms. Hurd, did you receive a deposition subpoena to be at these offices yesterday at 10 a.m. for a court-ordered deposition?
What do you mean by that?
Were you aware that you were ordered by the court to be in these offices for a court-ordered deposition yesterday at 10 a.m.?
No, she didn't receive anything.
I didn't.
We went in on an ex parte application, and the court ordered it, and she was advised of the court's order. She didn't receive a deposition subpoena.
Objection. It appears that another individual representing Ms. Hurd is now
The
testifying for
individual
Ms.
has a
Hurd.
name. His name is Mr.
And
Koenig.
I would ask that anything that was just said be stricken as non-responsive and move to strike as non-responsive Ms. Hurd's answer. Ms. Hurd, I asked you a question about whether you were aware you were supposed to be here in these offices yesterday at 10 o'clock for a deposition.
I'm going to object on grounds of privilege. If you learned of anything through communications of counsel, it's privileged, and I instruct you not to answer.
Ms. Hurd, can I hear your answer to my question?
I instruct you not to answer. If you learned from counsel.
Ms. Hurd, was it your understanding that you had a scheduled deposition yesterday?
If your understanding was from communications with counsel, I instruct you not to answer. It's privileged.
Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Jody Gottlieb yesterday?
I believe I did. I believe so.
What did you say to Jody Gottlieb when you communicated with her?
I don't remember what we talked about. We talked about, we talk about many things, Jody and I.
Of the many things you talked about with Jody Gottlieb yesterday, could you tell me one thing you talked about with her?
It misstates her testimony. You can answer. Although I believe it's been asked and answered. She said, I don't recall, but if you now recall, go ahead.
I don't recall the specifics. To answer your question, Ms. Burke, I don't remember specifically what we talked about. We speak often, text often. When I say speak, I'm including text messages. I don't actually think I spoke on the phone with her. I meant I communicated with her. But I don't remember exactly about what.
Did you, do you still have those text messages?
You mean on my phone
Yes.
or on my device? I'm sure I do.
Okay. Did you bring your phone with you today?
It might be in the car.
Okay. Would you be able to retrieve your phone if we took a quick break?
I'm going to object to that.
Okay.
Let the record reflect that counsel is instructing his client not to retrieve the requested evidence.
I just said I'm going to object to that.
Ms. Hurd, did you preserve all of your communications with Ms. Gottlieb from yesterday?
Objection, vague and ambiguous is the term preserve.
I'm happy to rephrase. Have you destroyed or deleted any of the text messaging you referred to earlier that you undertook with Ms. Gottlieb yesterday?
No.
So every communication you had with her by text is still on your phone?
What do you mean by
From yesterday?
From yesterday?
Yes.
I'm sure it is, unless, yes, I'm sure it is. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be.
I don't know what that was. Okay. Were you informed? I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask if I could please have some water. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go to the water.
Are you ready to go forward?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Were you aware that you were asked to bring documents today in response to a deposition subpoena for records?
No, I was not instructed to.
Don't disclose communications with counsel.
When you say
I
you were,
have the documents.
We have documents.
All the documents that we're producing in connection with the notice of deposition.
Could we have them, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that I'm providing all documents that were requested pursuant to the notice of deposition for my client, Amber Hurd.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Spector provided me with about a 2-inch stack of documents that are in no particular order that I can see. We will go through them and we will determine whether they are responsive to the document production request.
Ms. Hurd, were you asked to provide any copies of text messages that you had in your possession for these proceedings?
I'm going to instruct you not to answer if you learned anything from counsel. It's privileged.
I will take my counsel's advice.
Ms. Hurd, was it your understanding that in conjunction with your deposition, your understanding, what you understood to be true, that you needed to provide the text messages between you and other people related to these matters?
If you developed your understanding from communications with counsel, it's privileged and I instruct you not to answer.
How else would I?
Did you say something, Ms. Hurd?
I said, how else would I?
Did you provide any text messages to your attorneys in response to anything that was asked of you in these proceedings?
It's privileged. Anything that you give to your attorneys, anything your attorneys give to you, words that are said, written, oral, any of that, it's all privileged. You can't answer.
I would object again to counsel testifying and continuing to articulate speaking objections. And I want to make clear, Ms. Hurd, I'm not asking about anything anybody said to you. I'm asking about what you believed you were doing and what you understood you needed to do. Did you ever have an understanding that you needed to provide texts, copies of texts that you had undertaken between you and John Depp?
It's the same question and it's the same instruction. If your understanding is based upon communications with counsel, it's privileged and you cannot answer.
Ms. Hurd, have you preserved all of your text messages in conjunction with this matter?
Objection is to the term preserved. And as to the term all and as to the term this matter, it's vague and ambiguous for numerous reasons.
Ms. Hurd, are you going to answer my question?
I would like to know what you mean. I would
wanna-
like to know, sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Ms. Burke, I don't know what you mean by preserve, because does that mean keep, save? Does it mean intentionally, unintentionally?
Very good. I want to make sure you understand what the definition of preserve is.
I understand the definition in
Okay.
In normal context. In this
I
specific,
meant it in normal context.
in this context, I don't actually know what you mean.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Since you filed for dissolution from Mr. Depp on May 23rd, 2016, have you deleted any communications in text form between you and any other person?
No.
Okay. Have you, since you filed for dissolution in this matter, May 23rd, deleted any emails between you and any other person?
Yes. My inbox fills up, and I'm told that it is best to delete messages you don't need anymore. Everybody deletes their emails.
Have you deleted since May 23rd any emails you received or sent to Jody Gottlieb?
Not to my knowledge. I don't remember doing that.
Have you deleted since May 23rd any emails you sent or received to Raquel Pennington?
No, unintentionally, not to my knowledge. I don't remember.
When you say in response to my question, not intentionally, does that mean you may have deleted emails between you and Raquel Pennington?
I'm just going to object because I believe her answer was more than what you just said. So you're mischaracterizing her response. She said no, not to my knowledge, and then she said more. So you're leaving that part out, which I think is the first and most important part of it.
Meaning I have not deleted anything relating to this matter for any intentional purposes or reasons other than just the normal. When you are done communicating with someone and they send you an email, you don't need that email anymore and you erase it. It's space in your inbox.
Does your answer mean, Ms. Hurd, that you may have deleted emails between you and John Depp, or you and Rocky Pennington, or you and Jody Gottlieb because you felt like you didn't need them anymore?
Okay, I'm going to object. It misstates her prior testimony. It's very compound. It's vague and ambiguous.
Ms. Hurd, did you not understand my question?
No, I understood, but I agree with my counsel.
Well, if you understood my question, can you answer my question, please?
I agree. I understood your question, but I agree with my counsel and understand his advice as it relates to it.
Well, your
It's
counsel.
not advice. It's just an objection for the record. And it was also asked and answered. You previously asked.
I agree.
Ms. Hurd, was it your understanding that you were to provide copies of any of photographs requested?
Sorry. If you learn from counsel's privilege, instruct not to answer.
Maybe we could make a general objection that if you've heard anything or understand anything from counsel, Ms. Hurd, that you don't have to answer that question because it's privileged.
No, let's have an understanding that you're going to stop asking her for privileged information, and then I don't need to make the objection.
She's not.
Because
You need to calm down, Mr.
I'm
Harder.
fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Harder looks.
I am happy to make clear that I'm asking, as I have been consistently for about the last 10 minutes, Ms. Hurd to tell me about what her understanding was.
And it's privileged.
Which is clearly not privileged.
Yes, it is. If she learned from
Okay.
counsel, it is privileged.
Let
If you
the-
want to go to the court and brief it, we can do that. But you're asking her to give you what communications between counsel are, which develops an understanding. So that's privileged.
Ms. Hurd, Were you aware that on May 20, 2016, your husband, Johnny Depp's mother died?
Vague as to time.
On May 20, 2016, were you aware that your husband, Johnny Depp's mother, had died?
So I understand. Are you asking me if I knew on that date or if, sorry, I'll wait till you're done.
No, you don't have to wait.
Well, it's distracting for her, obviously.
And I just want you to hear my answer.
I am listening and I invite you to answer my question.
We'd love to. I have a question though, so that I understand and can answer.
Maybe when we're on a break, you can ask your counsel.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Can you answer my question?
I'm trying to.
Okay, what's your question?
I don't understand what you mean.
I didn't quite get that.
So you and Siri don't understand what I mean when I ask you if you knew on May 20 that your husband's mother had died.
Are you asking me if I knew on that date or if I know she died on that date? That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Let's start, Ms. Hurd. Did you know at any time on May 20 that your husband's mother had died?
I do not recall when I was made aware of that fact, nor do I recall what the date was that she actually passed away.
Okay.
That's why I want to clarify.
Okay. Am I correct, Ms. Hurd, that on May 20 you had already contacted a divorce lawyer?
I don't remember the date that I first contacted a divorce attorney.
And it's well.
Is it your testimony here today that you do not remember when you contacted a divorce attorney?
Yes, off the top of my head, I do not remember when the first time I contacted a divorce attorney was.
Okay. Was it before, to your memory, do you remember when you learned Mr. Depp's mother had died?
Vague and ambiguous.
I don't remember the date that I received this information. I know I learned about it from my parents on a text message, but I don't know what date that was off the top of my head.
Okay. Do you still have that text message?
I don't see why I wouldn't.
Is that yes?
It's exactly what I said. I'm sure I do. I don't know why I wouldn't.
If asked to provide that text message, would you agree to do so?
I'm going to object, don't answer, and we'll deal with it in the normal course, which is you make a request for production and then we respond to it. Anytime they ask for information, that's the protocol.
Okay. If I could ask you, if you did not delete that text message, I would ask you to keep or preserve it. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Would you do that?
Yes.
Ms. Hurd, I want to talk to you about the events first, immediately after May 21. As you sit here today, do you have a very clear memory of the events of May 21?
Are you asking me if I have a clear memory of it?
That's exactly what I'm asking you.
Vague and ambiguous as to the year and vague and ambiguous as to which events you're referring to, because in 24 hours, a lot of events can occur. Vague and ambiguous.
Ms. Hurd, did you understand when I said May 21, what year I was referring to?
No, not until.
Okay. Not until what?
Not until it was just made clear.
And what do you understand now after your attorney speaking I was referring to?
Yes, I am clear as to what date you mean.
Okay. And what date do I mean?
May 21st, 2016.
Thank you. Do you have, as you sit here today, a clear recollection of events on that day?
It's vague and ambiguous. It's compound. There are a lot of events that happen.
Ms. Hurd, do you remember anything that happened on May 21?
I do. I remember when Johnny smashed the phone into my face.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike. My question to you was, do you remember anything from May 21? Do you?
Wait, hang on. You asked her a question, she answered it, and now you're moving to strike her answer. That's ridiculous. You can't do that.
Is that an objection, Mr.
Yes,
Hurd?
I'm objecting to you moving to strike when she gives you an answer that's responsive to your question.
Ms. Hurd, I'm asking you a yes or no question. Do you remember anything that happened on May 21st, 2016?
Argumentative and harassing.
I answered that question.
And was that yes?
I answered your question already.
Okay.
Yes.
Am I correct that on May 22nd, 2016, you signed documents for dissolution of your marriage?
Yes.
Calls for legal conclusion.
Was that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you signed those documents for dissolution of your marriage, was that before or after you went to a birthday party?
Vague and ambiguous.
I don't remember.
You don't remember what, Ms. Hurd?
I don't remember if it was before or after the birthday party.
You went to a birthday party on Sunday, May 22nd, correct?
I did. That's Sunday. Yes, I went to a birthday party on Sunday for my friend Amanda because I was responsible for bringing her birthday cakes as per her husband's request. That was
Just stick to the question. You don't need to.
But I just wanted to point out that it was my job to bring a special kind of cake.
Okay. Thank you for telling me about the special cake. My question to you was, did you sign documents for dissolution of your marriage before or after you went to the birthday party?
Again, I don't remember.
Okay. What will be marked as Respondents A? Do you recognize this picture?
I do.
Okay. And is that a picture of you at this birthday party?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you have any cakes in your hand?
Come on.
Yes.
I don't know.
The picture doesn't show her hands.
It's
If you know, Ms. Hurd.
harassing.
Yes.
Harassing.
I don't know if there's cake in my hand at this moment. I do not.
Before you,
But the birthday party lasted for a few hours, and actually I was there for many hours, so I don't know if at what point I held cakes or.
The question was about this photo at this moment.
I remember this moment because we had to place hair over my eye to cover my black eye, and everybody at that party, 15 people at that party.
objection, motion to strike.
Stop interrupting the witness,
non-responsive.
I
please.
can only do one at a time.
You asked
Let
me.
her finish her answer, please.
You asked me specifically to not interrupt, so I would appreciate the same.
Go ahead.
I
Please,
think
please finish your answer.
I would like to finish my answer if that's okay.
Thank you.
I remember this photograph because we had to place hair over my eye. The eye typically get hit on, because of the nature of, would it be a right hook? But I specifically had hair placed over my eye to cover a bruise and swelling and scratches on that side of my face from the cell phone incident when Johnny smashed a cell phone into my face. So my friends here in this picture took great effort to make sure hair was covering my eye as to not set off media attention, media storm.
Are you finished, Ms. Hurd?
Yeah. With that answer, yes.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike the entirety of Ms. Hurd's answer.
And I'm just going to say all these motions to strike are ridiculous, and we will take them up with the court.
We'll go off the record at this time.
The question, before we go off the record, the question had
We
to,
don't have to go off the record. We have to
the question had to
I can
do,
only take one person at a time.
the question had to do with this photograph, and the answer had to do with this photograph.
We don't have to go off the record if we choose not to.
We're not going off the record, we're staying.
We'll stay here. We're still on the record.
You still rolling?
Yep.
All right.
Great. You're still on camera, so.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I remember this. In
Okay,
fact,
don't talk though.
Okay. Okay.
Love you.
All right, that's fine.
Oh.
Okay, now this is wild. I wasn't expecting this.
Charles. I know.
You're on. Hand it to me. Hand it to me and
I
all.
know. Oh, you want to?
Yeah.
I'd like to also,
If I hear it, I have to write it.
and I have table mics out as well.
Oh, wow.
You may want to just refrain from speaking if you don't want to on the record.
We're starting now.
Okay, okay, sure.
Okay. 19 through 27.
I'll check my purse. Do you guys like any water? I'm gonna get up and get one. Would you like one?
Fine, thank you.
Wait, what's going on?
We're still on the red one.
Okay, back on the record. Oh, we're still on the record. Ms. Hurd, let the record reflect that Ms. Hurd has left the deposition table and we are still on the record.
Let the record reflect that all of the defense counsel walked out of the room for several minutes and Ms. Hurd stepped out for less than a minute. She's coming right back
To get a water.
to get a
bottle of
water.
water.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
No
I was just
question.
doing some- Thank you.
For the record, Mr. Harder, I would like you to be aware that if this inappropriate and improper making of speaking objections continues by you, if this coaching the witness through your speaking objections and your testimony in these proceedings continues by you, we will have no choice but to stop these proceedings and seek relief from the court by filing of in limine motions.
I would just like to make clear, I have not testified at all, so what you just said is incorrect. My speaking objections are only when you are unclear about my legal objections because you keep asking the same things over and over, and it seems like I'm not being clear, and so I just want to be clear. In no way am I being obstructive at all. In no way am I interfering with your deposition at all. And I also find your questioning to be highly problematic, and I need to be able to have a clear record as to why I feel that way. And we reserve the right to file in limine motions in connection with your questioning.
Are you finished, Mr. Harder?
I am, and I think I went on about the same amount of time that you did.
Ms. Hurd, on May 22, 2016, before or after you attended the birthday party to which you referred previously, at any time during that day, did you go to the police?
No, I did not. I did not go to the police.
Okay. At the time you first filed, when did you file your action for dissolution in this case, for your divorce against Mr. Depp?
Calls for a legal conclusion.
I believe it was on the following day, on Monday. But that's my maybe the next day. I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Prior to filing that action, am I correct? You communicated at some point prior to the filing of that action with your publicist, Jody Gottlieb?
Vague and ambiguous.
I don't remember. I don't remember every time we text the date of those texts.
Okay. Do you have any of those texts with Jody Gottlieb from May 21 or May 22?
I don't know. I wouldn't.
Okay. Could you do me a favor and preserve or keep those texts for me?
Sure.
Thank you. Did you communicate? Do you remember communicating with Ms. Gottlieb before you filed your papers in court?
Vague and ambiguous. Vague as the time.
If you say it was May 23rd, 2016, that would be Monday.
Oh, okay.
Prior to that, did you communicate with Ms. Gottlieb about the filing of your papers?
I believe so.
Okay. What did you discuss?
I don't remember all of our discussions and what they entailed.
Okay. I hear you say you don't remember all of your discussions. Could you tell us what you do remember?
I remember having a phone call with Jody.
And do you remember what you discussed?
I remember part of what we discussed.
Could you share that with us?
I believe I called her and said, Jody, I'm going to have to file for a divorce, and I'm told that it's forced to be, or it could become public record, or it could become out in the public because of the nature of how the filing of such paperwork demands. And because I was told that there was a possibility for it to get out in the public, I needed her to know that I was going to file. And I told her, listen, I have unfortunately kept something from you. And it's something I've been dealing with for a few years. And all of those times when I would text you about falling down the stairs or having accidents, unfortunately, it's been a secret that I've been trying to fix and keep and hide to protect myself and to protect Johnny. And I've been living in this situation where I've been in a violent relationship. And all of those times when we would talk about my bruises and things like that, the black eyes, the busted lip cover-ups that we had to do with makeup, to red carpet, makeup attempts to try and hide like the scarring I got from Australia when Johnny was holding me down on the glass table with all the broken glass, and I had all these bad scars on my arms, and I was worried about that for the red carpet. I said all of those times I've been covering up this secret part of my life, which is that I've been living with Johnny, and it's been really, I've been living in a very violent relationship, and he's been hitting me. And I yesterday or day before, some days before, Johnny came over to talk. And we're supposed to just talk about his mom. I wanted to be there, but I still wanted to have some protection from him. So I asked if Johnny come over in the daytime when it was most likely that he was sober. And he threw his cell phone into my face. And I'm gonna have some markings on my face, or I have markings on my face. And I don't know how much the bruising is gonna go down, but I really need to go file for a restraining order so that I can have some protection. I can change the locks. I'm told that this gives me a little bit more protection because I'm still living in his house. And she, I remember the phone call with her because she got sick to her stomach. And she said, she was at a play and she said, I'm sorry, I have to step out. I feel sick to my stomach. And I said, I'm really sorry. I've been keeping this from you. And that's what I remember. And she said that she was really sorry that she didn't ask me more questions about all those times. And that she was there for me and that she was giving me on the next flight home.
Okay. And this was, to your memory, do you remember if it was before or after the birthday party we referred to a few minutes ago?
Birthday party, I know, was on a Sunday. Yeah, so, and it was probably maybe Sunday night, but that is my estimate. I don't have confirmation. I could probably find out for sure.
But is it fair to say under any circumstances you were having this conversation prior to the filing of your divorce action in court on Monday, correct?
This conversation I had with her was before the court filing, because I think I called her to tell her.
Yes.
That I wanted her to be prepared that I was going to file, because I was anticipating that it would become public record or had the potential to become public, and I wanted her to be aware since she handles my publicity.
Okay. And so prior to when the dissolution action was filed, that was, you say Monday, you think?
I believe so. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Would it be true to say that on Sunday, when you were having this telephone conversation with Jody, would it be accurate to say that you were petrified of Johnny?
Vague and ambiguous.
Do you understand what the word petrified means?
Yes, I understand what that word means.
Okay. I just want the truth. On Sunday, is it true to say, Sunday, May 22nd, 2016, that you were petrified of your husband, Johnny Depp?
Vague and ambiguous is the term petrified.
I would like to say that I was scared of the side. Oh, petrified is the word you would like to use.
Well, I'm only using it, Ms. Depp, because you placed it in your sworn declaration in this matter, seeking a restraining order. Mm-hmm. So I assumed that you understood the word. Do you understand the word?
I understand the word. But again, I answered that once, but I will answer again.
Okay.
I understand petrified.
Okay. On Sunday, May 22nd, as you were having this telephone conversation with Ms. Gottlieb, is it truthful to say you were petrified of your husband, Johnny Depp?
I was petrified of the monster, as we like to call him. Johnny and I refer to his other personality, the part of him that is present when he beats me up. That we call the monster, and have called the monster for years. And that other half of him, that other part of him, is the part of him, to whom I would say I was petrified. Of whom I would say I was petrified.
I would kindly ask you whether that answer means yes, you were petrified, or no, you were not petrified of Johnny Depp on May 22nd, 2016.
Asked and answered. Go ahead.
Okay. Again, I was petrified. Yes, I was petrified of the monster, the part of Johnny that beat me up and did.
Okay.
On many occasions.
I just want to be clear, Ms. Hurt. Yes, you were petrified of the monster, and that monster was your husband, Johnny Depp. Is that correct?
I said it was the part of him that would beat me up that I was afraid of. The other part of Johnny is a very nice guy, and one that I actually was able to live with and tried to salvage through many different attempts to get him sober, to get him help, to get his family involved, to get him clean and sober, and to protect the part of Johnny that is wonderful and is not the monster, that has blackouts and that has rage and doesn't remember and beats me up and has paranoid delusions and uses and almost kills himself when he does. That part, the one I have been trying to salvage out of him, the good part of him, is the one to whom I'm not afraid. The one I'm afraid of is the one that we call the monster. And they both reside in him.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike. Ms.
Objection,
Hurt?
it's highly responsive, and I oppose that motion to strike.
I don't understand.
Don't worry about it.
Ms. Hurt?
She doesn't like your answer, so she's trying to wipe it out.
No, that I understand.
Yeah, that's all you need to know. And I'm just, for the record, I'm just letting the record know that you were responsive.
I feel I'm responding to you in the most honest way possible, and I know that it's nuanced. Human beings are nuanced and complex, and I'm speaking to you from my heart, and I apologize if it is not clear enough for you.
Just wait for a question.
Objection to Mr. Harder's testimony and statements?
Not a
And Ms.
testimony.
Hurd's last testimony and statements as non-responsive, move to strike. Ms. Hurd, on May 22nd, 2016, is it true or untrue that you were terrified of Johnny?
Asked and answered.
Can you repeat the question?
On May 22nd, 2016, is it true or untrue that you were terrified of Johnny?
On May 22nd?
Yes.
On May 22nd, I was absolutely terrified of the man that we called the monster, the version of Johnny Depp, the part of Johnny Depp that acts erratically, unpredictably, that has severe drug and alcohol problems, and that could beat me up and hurt me and not even mean to at times. That part of him, I was terrified and yes, also petrified. That part of him, I became increasingly scared of because the behavior prior to May 22nd, 2016 had grown increasingly erratic and unpredictable. I was so terrified that I, days prior, went and sought advice from a friend who has lived through domestic violence as to what I could legally do to protect myself, because I lived in this house and I didn't even know if I could do something like change the locks. And I didn't know under what circumstance, what substances he was on, what particular mix or cocktail he was on, because those cocktails change quite often with Johnny. And I didn't know if this month it was cocaine and ecstasy, if it Quaaludes, or if it was other things like that. I didn't know what combo he was on, and that definitely affects the behavior of the monster of Johnny Depp. And I didn't know what he was on or what his behavior, what he was capable of doing. So the month leading up to this, because we had limited to no contact prior, I didn't know what to expect.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Harder's using his hands splayed flatly above the table to instruct the witness not to answer or to stop talking.
That's completely false. That's absolutely
I
and
agree.
completely false.
I agree. I did not actually receive any indication.
Ms. Hurd, I
from
don't,
him.
excuse me, I don't want to interrupt, but you
Go
haven't,
ahead.
there's not a question pending, okay?
Sorry. So what does that mean?
You wait for the next question.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm
Um,
not. Okay.
As to your last answer, it was non-responsive, and for the record, I moved to strike.
And that's not true, and I need to say, it was 100% responsive. The question was, were you terrified of Johnny Depp? And she gave a very thorough and articulate answer as to yes and why it was. So I completely object with your continual efforts to stop her from testifying and to wipe out what it is that she's saying.
Ms. Hurd, is it true on May 22nd, 2016, that you were, quote, in fear of Johnny terrorizing you at the Broadway penthouse?
On May 22nd, did you say?
Yes, that same Sunday we've been talking about.
I was scared of what the part of Johnny Depp that is violent and abusive could do. I was terrified of that man.
I need to take a break. My father's in the hospital and I'm getting a lot of phone calls from my family, so I need to take a short break.
Of course. Can we all remain here so we're ready to go when you're back?
That's fine, just don't ask questions.
Of
Just
course.
give me a
We're
couple
off the
seconds.
record.
Of course.
Were you able to go off the record when he steps out?
No.
Okay, then take your mic off and please don't say anything.
She can walk out. You can come on.
Okay.
May I ask, may we have other counsel step in? I'd like to give you as much time as
No, we've
possible.
been going on for an hour. We haven't
Yeah.
taken a break. I'm taking a break. I'm having a family emergency here. Do you understand that, Blair?
Please go and attend to it.
I can use this as a bathroom break too.
Fucking hell, they're feisty as hell.
Just so you guys know,
again.
if you speak, I have to write down.
We'll play this, though. I know what it's going to buy it here. I'm in Tartan here. Oh, hang on. We can use water. Less than a ball of for a second.
We can go off the record. Yeah.
I love it when we disagree. That's fair. You both right. You both right. Don't get mad, right? You both right. But I do think she's been a bit cheap, man. I think if the roles reversed, it'd be just exactly the same. I think both sides are just as petty as each other. Yes, she's doing what she's supposed to do in the realms of deposition. I get it. But she could act a little bit better as well, man. She's rejected everything. She's not as bad as the other attorney. I'll give you that.
There, I can hear you.
I will give you that. But we could fight all this stuff. Imagine if I come out as Team Herd. Wrong. See, oh, you watch Peter Tragos. Yeah, I agree. This is what I thank you, Rosie. Thank you for coming back. Because this is what I don't mind them doing it, but it's just I think they're both petty. But they both do their jobs, in essence. I think. You see, Rosie, what happens is when you're not here, bad will spider will pick on you a lot. Oh, by the way, if you're still here, Lefty, Rosie's an old guard. She's one of the first day oneers here. Lefty, you should probably know him on Twitter, but if you don't, you need to follow him on Twitter. He's very kindly joined us for the last week or so, or a couple of weeks probably. He's always in the streams, always got us on in the background, stuff like that. So,
We're still
how do you like Lefty? He's a good lad.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Harder's back in the room and he's going to get his client.
And I think you'd like Rosie as well, so, but she's a bit of a bitch as well, so you'd like that. I think if you could run through the gym.
Where are the things? Where are the things I was just looking at?
I love it when Michael gets all spicy and mad. I love it.
Remove those things from me. Everything except the text.
Oh, you girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it is. You might be right, but I don't know. I'm loving it, though, to be fair. I just don't. I think it's tit for tat. I think they're both got a dick on the table, all right? Which one's bigger? That's all. Yeah. And I think if Johnny Depp did deposition and he switched roles, I think we're seeing exactly the same from both of them. So I think that's my point. Yeah, I'm enjoying it, guys. So I think it's quite funny. I hope the trial is like, similar to this, because this is funny. I know it's different lawyers and stuff like that, but if you can just the attitude, I would argue, is not, yes. I mean, no one said anything wrong here. Madwell, you're spot on. Spider-Girl's spot on. Rosie's spot on. Do you know what I mean? It's just They're just pettiness. But they do their job, then, you know. And who's the arsehole? Defense is the arsehole. But I just think that she would be just as much an arsehole if they reversed roles. So I think she could be a little bit less bitchy, but why should she? Because he's been a bitch as well. So
We're ready.
oh, 100% they can. My dick's bigger than yours. Well, my dick's wider than yours, type of thing, you know. So yeah. Anyway, it is too late because next week's ones are going to be probably about, again, just less than 4 hours. So it was just too much for me to play all 4 videos today. So good. Find it. Oh, good. I'm right, yeah. No age of a temper. Ah, okay, interesting. Interesting. It's very different. This guy doesn't have the death one, does he? I got to change the doing it in a bit.
Mr. Harder,
Mr. Harder,
are you still
you
needing to
said?
attend to your family emergency?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Can we begin? We're still in the record.
Yeah, she's in the ladies' room, and I can't go in there, so I'm waiting for her to come out.
She's having a shit, so leave her alone for a little bit. They are trying to be professional. Yeah, Mr. This, Mr. All blah, blah. But you know, just they all hate each other with a passion.
I'd like to say that my mom.
Once we come back, I'll put the volume up again. I'm glad we're watching this. We weren't going to watch it, but I'm so glad we're watching it. I've learned that Heard is a 50, and I've learned that. Ah, by the way, Rosie, I have seen a picture of her on my thumbnail. She's much better now. You're right. She's mint. She kept taking the finger off. What the fuck? Whoa, that's a bit scary. Also, I think I'm shadow banned again on Twitter. You know, I don't want, like, guys, when I say I don't know nothing about this trial, I don't nothing. I don't know anything about Amber Heard. I also Johnny Depp. I don't really know much about him. I know he's an actor.
May the record
he's
reflect
good
that Ms.
looking.
Heard is back in the deposition room with her counsel, Mr. Harder,
Looking
and I'm
funny
going
to me.
to begin questioning Ms. Heard again.
Is this a good placement for the mic?
Ms. Heard, do you know who the person, Jerry Judge, is?
Yes,
Who is Jerry Judge?
head of security for Johnny.
Would it be fair to say he works closely with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Is it be fair to say that you understand he communicates on a daily basis with Mr. Depp?
Assumes facts, calls for speculation.
I
If you know,
I have no idea how often they communicate amongst one another.
okay. On, let's say the period May 22nd to which we were just speaking in May 24th, did you believe that Mr. Judge was somebody who was communicating with Mr. Depp?
It calls for speculation.
I don't know how they communicate.
Did you believe they were communicating, say, for this period, May 22nd to May 24? Did you have reason to believe they were communicating?
Compound, vague and ambiguous. It is calls for speculation.
I truly do not know how often they communicate by themselves.
Okay. On that Sunday, when you had this phone conversation with Ms. Gottlieb, do you recall me asking you about this?
I recall you asking
Okay.
the question.
And when you went to the birthday party that Sunday, that's May 22nd, do you recall us talking about that?
I do recall that.
Okay. And when you just testified that you were petrified and terrified of Johnny Depp on May 22nd, 2016, do you recall that?
Wait,
I was very clear in how I described and who I described as being what I was afraid of.
Okay.
I was afraid of the monster.
Okay.
The part of Johnny that is unpredictable, erratic, and abusive.
Okay. Is it true, Ms. Hurd, that on May 24th, 2016, you sent a text message to Jerry Judge?
I don't remember.
Okay. Showing you will be marked as Exhibit B. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
take a moment. Take your time.
Do I recognize this?
The contents of the text message, yes.
Yes.
Okay. And is that a text message that you sent to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, 2 days after you've testified you were terrified and petrified of Johnny Depp?
I specifically am and was terrified of part of Johnny Depp. I lived with two individuals within one body. Part of Johnny, the part that I love, is great. And I was not afraid of that Johnny. The part I am afraid of is the Johnny that is extremely unpredictable, erratic, abusive, and is filled with rage and goes into manic episodes and is uncontrollable when in such states, or appears to be in such states. And because he wasn't around me, I was unable to deduce or know for a fact what combination of drugs he was using. And that is specific to the kind of Johnny, version of Johnny, that I was afraid of.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike.
I objected as responsive.
Ms. Hurd, did you send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, 2016, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him"?
I remember sending the text message that is in front of me right now to Jerry. And I remember sending this because I wanted to tell Johnny or have him told by Jerry or someone who knew him or was close to him. Basically, I didn't want him to find out online that I had or was about to file, or I had already filed for divorce. I wanted him to know verbally. So I was trying to reach him through a third party to tell him. When I say reach, I'm specifically saying I would like him to know information coming from me or coming from Jerry, from me, so that he finds out about the divorce filing or my intention to do so from some other source other than TMZ, which was alerted.
Ms. Hurd, does your most recent answer mean that yes, you did send a text message to Jerry Judge on May 24, telling Jerry Judge, quote, "I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny. It's extremely important. Please tell him," end quote?
Asked and answered.
I don't.
Did you send him that text message, Ms. Hurd?
Are you asking me if I sent him this text message?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And you intended to send him that text message, correct?
Again, I remember sending Jerry a text message in hopes that somebody could communicate with Johnny other than me, because I was scared of him. I wanted someone to tell him that I was going to file for divorce so that he heard about it from another source other than me.
So the truth was, I want to be clear, Ms. Hurd. So the truth was, you didn't want to speak to Johnny. You wanted a third party to speak to Johnny, correct?
Or to connect us verbally.
So that you could speak personally with Johnny?
Depending on his state.
On that same day, Ms. Hurd, isn't it the truth, on May 24, 2016, you sent a second text message to someone named Nathan Holmes?
Yes. I mean, I don't remember, but...
showing you what will be marked as Respondent C. Do you recognize that text message?
Take your time.
What was your question?
Do you recognize that text message?
Vaguely.
Is that a message that you sent to Nathan Holmes on May 24, 2016?
It appears to be, if this is a screen grab from Nathan's phone and I am AH.
Is it a true fact, Ms. Hurd, that you intended to communicate to Nathan Holmes on May 24th that you wanted Nathan to, quote, tell Johnny I need to speak with him, it's an emergency?
Yes.
Okay. That same day, isn't it a fact, Ms. Hurd, that the person you've just testified to on May 22nd, you were terrified and petrified of, you attempted to repeatedly contact on May 24th, that being Johnny Depp?
Asked and answered and argumentative.
Did you try to contact Johnny Depp on May 24th?
I don't recall if I tried to contact him directly. I certainly tried to get him information. And these two texts that you're showing me are me trying to get to people who I know are in communication with Johnny as an attempt to try to inform him that I was going to file or had filed for divorce, because I wanted him to know from me or someone close to him from me that I had filed, as opposed to him finding out from TMZ or something like that.
Is it true that on May 24, you sent a text to your husband, Johnny Depp, saying, quote, please call me when you can speak, okay? With all the love in my heart.
I don't know if I sent that text message because I don't remember it, but if you show it to me, maybe it would help.
Showing you what will be a 2-page exhibit marked Respondents 5. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, D. D. Do you recognize these texts?
Take your time to review them.
This is a copy. I need a copy. What I just gave her. Where's the copy? Have you had a chance to review those texts?
I have.
Okay. Do you recognize those texts?
Yes.
Okay. And the texts in Respondents Exhibit D, are those texts that on May 24, 2016, you sent to your husband, Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true, Ms. Hurd, that in that communication with your husband, Johnny Depp, you told him, quote, please call me when you can speak, okay? With all the love in my heart.
I said that right before telling him, reminding him that he passed out while we were speaking, and because he often passes out after drinking a lot, I want to make sure that security is available to help him. And so in the text, I actually say, which you omitted verbally, but is part of the same text message. I said, you fell asleep while we were talking, which is a kindly that we referenced when we weren't fighting, him passing out, literally while we were speaking. And I had to call or text security to make sure that they checked on him so that he didn't fall asleep on his back and potentially hurt himself, as people do when they fall asleep drunk and potentially vomit. And so I checked with security. I asked security to check on him, which means roll him over on his side. And I wanted to remind him that we were speaking when he woke up so he could look at his phone and remember that we were in a conversation that was peaceful, because sometimes he didn't remember the nature of our conversations and if they ended peacefully or not. And I wanted to remind him, hey, look, we were speaking. It's important. It was about the divorce or divorce filing. And I wanted to make sure that he knew we ended on a good note, that it was peaceful, and that we needed to resume speaking because, like I said, he passed out in the middle of the conversation.
Non-responsive, move to strike.
And I oppose that it is responsive.
Ms. Hurd,
I was sending a text message, ma'am.
are you saying now that on May 24, you actually, prior to sending Johnny Depp a text message saying, please call me when you can speak okay with all the love in my heart, you had already spoken to him on the telephone?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that question.
I believe you were referring to a text message prior to the text message I was referring to that said, with all the love in my heart. Are you saying that on May 24th?
It's the same text message. It's just, I mean, it's the same communication.
She's talking about this.
Yeah, but she's referencing this. It's all one text.
Okay. Let's be clear.
Right?
Did you send a text message on May 24th to Johnny saying, quote, you fell asleep earlier while we were talking? Did you send that text message?
I sent this text message.
What I just said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you said that to Johnny, were you referring to a telephone conversation you had been having?
I believe so.
Okay. When did you have that telephone conversation with Johnny Depp?
Probably
Vegas the time.
Prior to that, sending that text message.
Okay. How far prior?
I don't recall.
Would it be fair to say within 24 hours of referring to that?
Calls for speculation.
It would be fair to say that.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
Okay. But certainly after May 21, correct?
I can't know that because this looks like it's right after midnight. This looks like this text was sent right after midnight, and it gives out the time stamp above it.
That would be
so. It would technically be if we spoke 33 minutes prior or 35 minutes prior, it would be technically the day before.
Right, and that would be, am I correct, Ms. Hurd, May 23rd, 2016?
Yes, but that would also mean that I must have spoken to him within 35 minutes, and I cannot tell you if it was within 35 minutes or not of sending that text message.
Of course.
Therefore, I can't tell you if it's the same day.
Of course. So that would mean that the truth would be that either on May 23rd or May 24th, 2016, you had a telephone conversation with Mr. Depp to which you were referring to in this later email. Is that correct?
Calls for speculation.
He spoke before this text message. I just don't know how much earlier it was.
Whether it was 30 minutes or 2 hours earlier. Is that fair to say?
I think it's fair to say. I don't remember how far in advance to sending this text message.
Okay. Between the time you sent this text message and when the papers had been filed in court on Monday, that would be the 23rd. Would it be fair to say that you had this telephone conversation to which you were referring in the May 24th text with your husband, Johnny Depp?
Calls for speculation.
So, what is it?
You can answer the best you can.
Ms. Burke, can you be clear to me
Sure.
what you're asking me?
Sure. You're referring to having a telephone conversation with your husband when you text him on May 24th, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's in reference
Okay.
to a phone
Okay.
call, only because I reference security, so it means I probably am.
You're saying you don't remember exactly when it was, correct?
Mhm.
Is it true that it would have been after you had filed the papers in court for dissolution?
Calls for speculation.
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Was there any other reason you were trying to talk to your husband than the papers you say that you were concerned about?
My principal reason for speaking with him was to inform him in the most honorable and dignified way possible that I had to file for, I finally did it, finally filed for dissolution.
So the intention of your speaking to him was to tell him, if he did not know from the press, that you had filed dissolution on Monday, and that is why you called him, correct?
Argumentative.
I don't know why.
You don't know why you called him?
Excuse me. Argumentative. Ask and answer.
Are you finished, Mr. Harden?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your testimony you do not know why you called him in the telephone call you reference when you texted him on May 24th?
Misstates prior testimony and argumentative and asked and answered.
I feel I answered your question, Ms. Burke. I'm sorry, I am trying to be very clear.
Okay. Isn't it true, Ms. Hurd, that you texted him again on May 24, 2016, and wrote to him, quote, "Please, please call me. Important. Just text me when you can for a minute."
Can talk for a minute.
Yeah, text me when you can talk for a minute is what I said.
Did you communicate that to Johnny Depp on May 24th?
Yes.
Did you intend to communicate that to Johnny Depp on May 24th?
Yes.
Did you also text him, quote, "Please answer. I really need to speak with you, question mark. Please call me as soon as you get this, period. Hi, period. Can you speak? Please call me. It's important. Please. Emergency."
May I see it?
Of course.
I don't
Of
remember
course.
off the top of my head every text message.
What will be marked as Respondents E, showing Ms. Hurd? Do you recognize those text messages?
Take your time to review them.
I will.
Okay, next step.
Oh.
Make sure you sleep.
Oh, right, of course. Yes. I see them.
Did you say those things to Johnny Depp, your husband, on May 24th, 2016, 2 days after you say you were terrified of him?
I was terrified of the monster and the monster's response. I was terrified of the part of Johnny, the Johnny that hits me, the Johnny that I cannot control the response of, the Johnny that would take such information like me filing and him learning about it through a third party and have an unpredictable and potentially dangerous and terrifying response. That Johnny.
The Johnny you were trying to talk to on May 24th.
I was trying to text and or speak on the phone with the rational, sober Johnny, hoping he would have woken up from when he passed out the next morning, still trying to reach him, hoping he wakes up and is somewhat sober and somewhat calm, and therefore could process the information of me having filed for divorce in the most peaceful and rational way possible. I was trying to reach the good Johnny, the Johnny that I was married to in life. I wanted to communicate with him in the safest way possible and not compromise my safety. Therefore, I was trying to text him where there was a physical distance, trying to call him where there's a physical distance, and hopefully reach the Johnny that I did love very much the Johnny that was the good Johnny, the sober Johnny, the one that would process this rationally and perhaps hear some legitimacy in it. The Johnny that I constantly was trying to save and stay married to and salvage from within the other Johnny that is dangerous and erratic and scary and violent. Sorry.
Are you finished, Mr.?
I was going to wait for you to finish talking.
So is that yes? You did try to speak repeatedly with Johnny on May 24, 2016.
I tried to communicate with what I could only hope to be the sober, rational husband person that I love, not the other one that could possibly take this information and to no uncertain and potentially very scary ends.
Were you aware at the time you were trying to speak with your husband, Johnny Depp, or as you say, your husband that wasn't this monster, at the time you were trying to repeatedly communicate with him on May 24th, were you aware that your lawyer had sent a letter to Johnny's entertainment lawyer, Jake Bloom?
If you became aware through communications of counsel, it's privileged, and I instruct you not to answer. If you became aware from some other means, then you can answer.
And I take Charles's advice.
When you repeatedly tried to call and text your husband on May 24th, did you know that your lawyers had sent a letter to Jake Bloom on your behalf?
If you found out through communications of counsel, I instruct you not to answer.
Okay.
I will once again object to Mr. Harder's continuing speaking objections and coaching of his witness.
I'm not, I just have to clarify. I'm not coaching her. I'm just letting her know what the privilege is so that she knows what the privilege is. She's not a lawyer. She needs to be aware of what the privilege is so she doesn't waive it. That's all.
Did you ever become aware that a letter had been sent to Johnny's entertainment lawyer, Jake Bloom?
Same objection. And this is the third time you've asked the same question. And she's answered it twice. So I'm instructing you don't answer.
Did you ever develop a concern that Johnny would be informed that you were attempting to ask him for money?
Vague and ambiguous. Unintelligible.
I didn't understand that question.
As of May 24th, were you aware that your lawyer had made a demand of Johnny for money?
No.
Wait. I just want you to be aware that they're asking you privileged information, so you can't waive the privilege.
I'd also interject, assumes facts, not an evidence, facts foundation.
Were you aware of what, if anything, you had asked for in filing your dissolution on Monday, May 23rd?
If you learn from communications of counsel, it's privileged and don't answer.
How else would I learn that information? How else would I learn that information?
Ms. Hurd, you've testified that you were aware that you'd filed for dissolution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you know what that was?
Well, that's a complicated question because I'm not a lawyer and I don't know the law at all. And I still to this day ask questions surrounding the terminology in all of these court proceedings. So if you ask me if I knew what it was, vaguely, but I don't know every detail of what that entails.
Did you read the petition for dissolution before you placed your signature on it?
Can you repeat what document you're referring to?
The papers that were filed in court on Monday, to which you previously referred to as understanding were dissolution papers.
And you're asking me what?
Did you sign those papers before they were filed in court?
Yes, I believe I signed them.
Okay. When you say you believe them, you signed them, do you remember signing them?
There have been a lot of documents that I've signed throughout this process.
Okay. If you sign them, Ms. Hurd, did you read what the contents of the document you were signing before you signed it?
Specifically referring to the dissolution?
Yes.
I don't know. It was a very, very stressful day, and it involved emotion. It was emotionally a traumatic day, and it followed even more traumatic few days prior, and it was it was an extremely traumatic and emotional day. I don't remember every detail of every word I read and every piece of paper I read. It was one of the worst and most difficult days of my life.
Non-responsive, motion to strike, everything after Ms. Hurd answered yes.
And I object to that. I believe it was responsive.
Do you recognize what will be marked as respondents F? Have you had a chance to review those documents?
Yes.
Do you recognize your signature on those documents?
Yes, it looks like my signature.
Did you sign those documents, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, I did.
Did you read those documents before you signed those documents?
I can't recall if I read every word.
Did you read any of the words?
Yes, I'm sure.
Did you believe when you signed those documents you were asking the court for dissolution of your marriage to Johnny Depp?
Yes.
Did you want to do that?
Yes.
Did you authorize your lawyers to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe on the day you filed those papers and signed those papers, you were seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Johnny Depp?
What was your question exactly?
Did you believe on Monday, May 23rd, that you were authorizing your lawyers to file and seek a domestic violence restraining order on that day, on that Monday?
I believe so, yes.
You wanted a domestic violence restraining order on that day?
Yes.
And that was the day before you were trying to talk to your husband, correct?
I wanted to tell him, yeah. It was the day before I was trying to tell him, or I tried to tell him probably that day.
You tried to tell him what?
23rd? No. Yeah. Somewhere around this time, I was trying to tell him, so he didn't find out about it in the worst way.
Did you believe that a restraining order against your husband, Johnny Depp, was going to be issued on Monday, May 23rd?
I'm going to object. Whatever understanding you developed, if it was from counsel, you cannot answer. It's privilege.
Then I cannot.
Okay. On May 23rd, did you believe after court was over that a restraining order had been issued against your husband?
I'm just going to object on grounds of privilege. Whatever you came to understand, if it was from counsel, you cannot answer.
Okay. So is it your testimony you were worried about his reaction to that?
Wait, vague and ambiguous. It's a different question also.
Did you just testify earlier? You said you were worried about something?
Yes.
What were you worried about, Ms. Hurd?
As always, with potentially, I worried about the backlash of my filing. I worried about the backlash she could have. It could have.
Okay. But you'd already filed for the restraining order, correct?
At what time?
Monday, the 23rd.
So what's your question?
Had you already
Wait. Okay, it's apparently an inaccurate date.
Did you believe on Monday you had filed the restraining order?
Anything that you came to learn from counsel, you can't answer. It's privilege.
Okay.
And
what's this?
That's exhibit F,
Just
introduced as us.
I just
Ms. Hurd?
I just want to get something in here because I'm allowed to. Blair, you said that you're not trying to trick her. If you're giving her the wrong dates, then you are trying to trick her. So let's just try to keep it all on the up and up. If you're inaccurate about something, apologize and clarify it so that we have a clear record here.
Ms. Hurd, you just testified that you believed the papers you filed in court on Monday, the 23rd of May, 2016, were seeking a domestic violence restraining order, correct?
I object. I think it misstates your testimony. The restraining order hearing was on May 27th.
Paperwork was filed that date.
Non-responsive testimony by the attorneys in the room. Move to strike. I am very clear, Ms. Hurd, that I heard you say that you believed you had sought a restraining order on Monday, May 23rd. Is that incorrect? Do you want to change that testimony?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay. As you were communicating repeatedly with Mr. Depp on May 24th, 2016, did you believe at that time that there was already a restraining order?
I don't remember when the exact date of the restraining order was filed.
I'm not asking you that, Ms. Hurd. I'm asking when you were communicating with your husband, did you believe at the time you were communicating with him on May 24th that a restraining order had already been obtained?
I don't remember.
Okay. You testified earlier when you reviewed respondents F. Do you recall reviewing those papers in detail?
F?
Yes.
Wait, F is this.
Yes. Do you remember reviewing those documents?
I do.
Okay. Could you point to me anywhere in those documents which you signed where you were seeking a restraining order?
Argumentative.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
She'd like you to look at the documents.
Oh, okay.
And she'd like you to look for references to a request for a restraining order. So take your time and review the documents.
Okay.
The divorce petition.
For the record, she's looking at Exhibit F, which is the summons and the petition for dissolution.
Not domestic violence.
Oh, this has this.
It's an argumentative, harassing, and confusing question, and she's doing exactly what she told you she wasn't going to do, which is to trick you.
So you're asking me to point out in here if there's any sort of reference to a restraining order, is that correct? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
Yes. Did you believe when you signed that document that the document we were signing was intended to secure a restraining order against your husband?
Let me just object. It's harassing, it's argumentative, and the documents speak for themselves, and it calls for a legal conclusion as to what the documents were seeking.
Would you answer my question?
As I said before, T, that was a very, very traumatic time and a very traumatic day. I believe by looking at the date, where's the date on this? I believe that this was right after I just cell phone smashed into my face and was beat up, and then had the cops enter my home, 2 sets of them, and then had engaged in a few days worth of a concentrated media attack against my character. So I was dealing with a lot. It was a very stressful time. Not to mention I had come to the conclusion I could no longer stay married to the monster, even though there was also the good part of him deep down, not even deep, part of him there. So coming to all those conclusions while having the public aimed at you and realizing you're in the middle of the early stages of a smear campaign, it makes things very stressful, especially when you have to go and file publicly something that is extremely embarrassing and private. And you deal with a lot in those moments. So I don't remember exactly what I took from seeing these in that moment of seeing these and signing these.
Okay. And I just want to know the truth, Miss Hurd. When you said to Mr. Judge, I'm desperately trying to reach Johnny, did you believe that you had already requested a restraining order?
I don't remember if at that time I knew I had a restraining order or not. I don't remember the exact sequence of exact timing of the sequence of events. I'm sorry. Okay. It was a very stressful time.
And when you were speaking with Johnny on the phone on May 24th, did you believe you had already gotten a restraining order?
Wait, stop. I believe that misstates prior testimony that assumes facts not in evidence.
I apologize. When you were attempting to reach Johnny on the phone on May 24th, did you believe that you had already gotten a restraining order?
I can't remember the exact sequence of events when certain filings happened. I can't remember the what came first or when they happened. It was the most stressful time of my life.
Okay. Is it true, Ms. Hurd, that on May 25th at 4:33, you sent Mr. Depp a text saying, quote, just confirm that cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record, and only included the domestic violence restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to or why that happened and was scared, but that letter is private. And unless you file as well, which I guess opens up to the press possibly catching it, as they have seemingly missed this one, at least for right now, then it can be revoked anytime. If you file separately as well, it's the same thing as far as being revoked is concerned, but both requires both our signatures, and as a new filed public document for the records. At least that's my understanding of it. Oh, and I confirmed with my lawyer the quickly part, etc. You mentioned in letter between our lawyers, including the deadline for response from them, wasn't something I said, asked for, or even noticed. And it's not mandatory at all. We can take as long or quick as we want and do this or undo this if we want, as we see fit. You and I have the control and love each other. I thought you filed. You said you were going to and said goodbye. I'm sorry if I've hurt you. I have nothing but love for you.
Assumes facts not in evidence, and the best evidence rule. I thought that was your question. You paused.
Did you send that text?
Assumes facts not in evidence, best evidence rule. The document's not in front of you. You're not looking at it.
Right. May I
Again, it's trickery that she said she was not going to play today. Is there a reason you're not letting her see the words on the page that you're reading from?
Do you recognize what I just read to you?
Vaguely.
Okay. May I show you what will be marked as Exhibit G?
Take your time.
Would you please review that text for me?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can we actually mark these so that if we need to go back, we know what we're dealing with here? because it's going to be hard for me to find them.
Do that right now.
Maybe during a break.
Blair, what was your question? Did you send the text that I just read on the record on May 25th, 2016 to your husband, Johnny Depp?
Is the question, did she send Exhibit G or did she send all the words that you read?
Did you understand my question?
It's trickery.
Yeah.
She read to you like 4 pages that you weren't looking at, and now she's putting in front of you a document asking if you sent the words that she never showed you.
Exactly.
Objection. Counsel is testifying and continuing speaking objections. Would you like?
Objection, trickery.
I do see on here, I didn't hear you say it. I'm sure you, I hope you did, but I specify here in my statement to Johnny, I say, I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. And I don't remember, maybe I missed that.
Ms. Hurd, is every word in Exhibit G, Respondents G, in the text described as coming from you, words that you communicated to your husband, Johnny Depp?
Take your time.
On May 25th, 2016.
Take as long as you need. Okay. It's a long text.
Am I missing a page at the end? It just looks like it's cut off. I have, it stops it and do this or undo this, but it's cut off. So
I'm sorry, did I not?
I don't, maybe you didn't mean, maybe you accidentally left a page out? Because this text message is cut off. And so
undo, your last page is undo this?
Uh-huh. Yeah, but it's clearly cut off. There's
not, the last page you have doesn't say from you called you back?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. If I may augment the record, the complete exhibit has an additional page and continuing after undo this. Up until undo this, were those words that you communicated to Johnny Depp?
Take your time. You can review the whole thing if you want.
It's cut off between page 1 and 2, I believe. It says, when the cops, because I called the lawyer when the cops were called, when the cops were here, and I didn't know what to do or why.
I think you'll notice that
I'm missing a page. I'm sorry. I think I'm missing a page. It goes from I didn't know what to do or why, didn't know what to do. Oh, it just overlaps.
Why that happened.
And so this would be this, and why that happened, and was scared. Oh, so it does. So it says I didn't know what to do or why that happened. Right? It goes here. Happened, and I was scared.
Okay. So there wasn't a missing page. You've sorted it out?
It's just that they didn't. There was some overlap.
And is it true you sent?
But there was a missing page at the end, and I just received
and now
that
you
from
have that, yes.
Yeah. And
are those words used?
I haven't read it yet. if that's okay.
Sure. Why don't we take a break? We have a
Great.
media break. According to the reporter, we can take a brief recess while you put in new media. Is that okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
This marks the end of media number 1 in the video deposition of Amber Depp. The time is approximately 12:03 p.m. and we're going off the record.
Okay, that's the first one out of the way. I'll set up the second one now. I'm ready. Right, I've got it ready. Right. Oh, geez. Right. You've got to remember, right? You guys all know everything about this. I see your inside jokes. I've no idea what any of the shit in the bed, and all that. I have literally no idea what any of these things mean. So I'm trying to block all that out of it. No worries, Miller. I am like, yeah. So obviously Johnny Depp's done some. We don't know that. I no, it's all good. Don't no, it's fine. Please don't think that I'm having a go at you guys for putting. I'm absolutely fine with it. I could block it all out. It's just I don't know what any of it means. Do you know what I mean? So, no, I'm sure you're not spoiling it. I'm sure you're not spoiling anything. I'm sure you're not. I trust you on that. It's fine. I know everything's coming up and it'll be explained, so it's all good. And Rosie, do not apologize to me. Fucking hell, it's all good. But just trying to concentrate on this because I know as well all the hate for Amber Heard. Now, after watching that first one, I don't like. It's hard to explain. I don't like if we're going 1 to 10, right, of hating Amber Heard. I'm not out of 10 hating it at all. From that, knowing nothing, all I've learned from it is that she's in an abusive relationship. Um, she's claiming that he hit her, blah blah blah, and all that. Now that could be true. That could not be true. I don't know any of that stuff. It's frustrating by the lawyers in the sense of how they keep fucking interrupting. And Mad World, I know you're mad, but you are 100% right. It's like she just won't answer the question. It's like just answer the bloody question. So that's annoying to me that she just won't answer the question. It's just a yes or no question. Answer it. So that means to me that she's trying to hide something. And I'm just like, that annoys me. So I think that's the only thing that annoys me at the minute after seeing the first one is that she's just pushing her narrative all the time. Was like, right, well, just answer the bloody questions. I don't think the lawyers are really helping here, and set objection. Oh, Jesus, let her just answer it. So that's pissing me off a little bit. So, in some ways, I feel a little bit sorry for her. I won't lie. I said at the start, I think she's fucking gorgeous. So that might be influencing me a little bit. But at the minute, I think she's pushing too much of a narrative. Is my A Miller? I think she's pushing too much of a narrative. Feel a little bit sorry for her currently because of the abuse she is obviously saying that she's had. How I take everything with a pinch of salt, but I think I need to hear the whole testimony. But I definitely don't hate her right now. I hate the lawyers, the attorneys. I hate them. I think they're so childish. It's unbelievable. But I just think she's following their instructions. Just wish she would just answer yes or no, and that'll help her. So that's frustrating that none of it helps her. And she doesn't see that. That's probably not. That's probably a very unpopular answer. But as I say, you've got to remember, I don't know anything about this trial. So all I've learned so far, not knowing anything, I do obviously know a little bit about this trial, but all I've known is that Johnny Depp's beating her up. and he's a drug addict, and he's alcoholic, and he's got problems, and he's got a violent side to him. But that's without knowing his story. So I don't take any of that. I take it with a pinch of salt. So I don't believe any of that stuff until I see it, obviously. So, but she's portraying that. I think for me, she's pushing that narrative a bit too much. It's like, well, what have we got to hide? Why can't you answer yes or no? These aren't hard questions. And I think from what I gather, this is like 4 months after or something like that, after filing for divorce or whatever it was. So you should still remember all these stuff. So why all the cloak and dagger stuff? You know, a lot of people believe her say, okay, that's interesting. That's good to know. That's good to know because I'm not saying I believe her. I think she's got something to hide. But I do feel a little bit sorry for her right now. I know she's an actress and she puts it on and stuff like that. And the only reason I think she's got something to hide is because she won't answer yes or no. They're not hard questions, you know. And it seems that she's been told just put this narrative in, put this narrative in. It's like, back in 2016. Cool. Okay. Well, that's good to know, though, Rosie, because, you know, as I say, I know that's unpopular at present day. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, as I say, Amy, like, you know the whole case now as well. As I said, I'm not taking her word for anything with Johnny about him hitting her and so I'm not taking that on board whatsoever because there's two sides to every story. So I take it with a pinch of salt. That's why I'm leaning more towards why won't she say yes or no? I'm not going to judge if she's, you know, telling the truth or not. I just want to know, answer the bloody questions. As I say, for me as a lay witness now, I'm just annoyed with the attorneys more than anything. That first one, and I know that you guys know everything. About everything. But you can remember, I get a portrayal that she's been hit, which the minute I take with a pinch of salt. He's a druggie, which again, I've not seen no evidence of that, so I take it with a pinch of salt. But why can't she answer the questions? You know, as a yes, no, they're not hard questions. But then if everything she says is true, then obviously you feel a bit sorry for it. But I'm not like, oh no, she's innocent. But no, I'm nowhere near that. You know, I know there's two sides to the story. Oh, did you? You believed her? That's interesting then. That's good. That's good. Well, I can imagine he wasn't easy. Do you know what I mean? I can't imagine that. Um, you know, he's a famous person as well. Do you know what I mean? So, to be fair, she's an actress, isn't she? Sorry to ask that question. She is an actress. I'm right in saying that, aren't I? Is she like a famous actress? Because I've never heard of her. So I've heard of the name, but I've never heard of her. Heard of heard. Hey, pun. Boom, boom. Depp was after the trial, so after yeah. I mean, listening to you women yapping, you guys have got fucking everything going. You know all the inside jokes, and I'm like that going, what the fuck are they on about? I'm just clicking it, going post. I don't know what idea what you're all talking about. I'm intrigued about the shit in the bed stuff, but I don't really. I can imagine what that is, and I don't really want to know too much about that because women don't shit, you know. Going to the trial, and knew nothing about it besides Johnny Depp was. Oh, good. Okay, so he's similar to me. Or he was married, and see if she was telling the truth. Oh, okay, that's good. Well, I don't. The only difference there, I don't see her truth yet, because you know, I've not heard from Johnny. That's the only difference. But everything else, oh, that's good to know because I only know who Johnny Depp is, but I don't really know like Pirates of the Caribbean and stuff. That's all I know. She was in Aquaman. Never seen it. Never heard of it. Aquaman. Never heard of it. So she's not that famous then, but she is good looking. Let's just say the truth in it, Miller. Just say the truth in it. Thought that before the trial she was in some good movies. Okay. Well, so I'm not far off the mark here. Then I'm not like, oh, because I thought, geez, I'm about to say like Amber Heard's not coming across as that much of a bitch. These guys are gonna kill me. I mean, you still may fucking kill me, but still. But I'm glad, like, I'm not the only one that's like, well, but I'm also like, as I say, my main things here are why can't you say yes or no? They're simple questions. Maybe she doesn't remember off the top of her head, but when you see the stuff, the only other thing I'd add is that my perception of the Johnny Depp's lawyer is she's a bit of a sly one, and she's Sly Fox. Like, though they keep objecting, going, "Oh, she's trying to trick you. She's trying to trick you." She didn't give all the messages and stuff like that. I thought that's a bit underhand. Not saying, well, maybe it wasn't deliberate, but I still think that's a bit underhand. So I didn't like that. Okay. Sorry, Mama's acting was a question. Well, Mama's. I don't know who Mama's is. I don't know what Aquaman is. So just wait. I am waiting, and I know there's a lot of hatred for Amber Heard. I know there is. So I can see it, in the sense of, but I'm also one of those guys that's quite tough to sway, in the sense of I don't get influenced easily, unless Madwell hits me or something, then I'd get influenced. No matter what you try to opinion. Oh yeah. Hey, look, I'm pretty sure. I'm just glad that you guys said that you watched these and thought similar to me. That I don't think I think she's lied a little bit, but I'm not like, oh wow, what a cow. She's like, I'm not coming out with like that. Do you know what I mean? Got to hear the real Amber and stuff. Okay, so we're watching number 2 next. Then number 3 and 4 we're going to watch next week, because that's another 4 hours. And we're in the UK and it's gone 9:30, so this is going to be ending about 11:30. So I'm aiming to finish the stream about 12 midnight tonight, because I had like over 12 hours yesterday and 16 hours the other day, and it's getting long. Jason Momoa, never heard of him. Jason Donovan, never heard of. Jason Momoa. I might even say Momoa. Momoa. Jason Momoa. Momoa. Hiding devices as a whole. Yeah, I look forward to hearing all about that. Oh, you watched them after the 2022 because the trial was 2022. Fine. So it might be next week. The Spider Girl might be next week. We hear it. Right. Bear with me. I've got it all set up. I'm going to just jump quickly to get some Pepsi, and I'll be back. Let me just put this on the screen ready. Oh, actually, I'll play it because I'll tell you why. Hang on. Right. Right. You sitting down, Madwell? You sitting down? And maybe all of you, are you sitting down? I've never watched Game of Thrones. Not 1 second of it. So you can say he's in Game of Thrones. I ain't got a clue. Never watched it. After you only really saw this before. Okay. So, right, I'll start playing because incredibly average will be. Oh shit! Have I done this wrong? Oh no, it's right. Yeah. So we're playing Bond, and whilst it's starting like that, I will just go and get some Pepsi. Mad will laughing. Oh, thank you, A Miller. Thank you, A Miller. Mad was like, the fuck's going on? The Irish is coming out now. She's going mad. You're all missing out, guys. Yeah, when it came out, I just honestly, when Game of Thrones was on, I didn't have time. People would tell me about it, like my staff would tell me about it, but I was like, guys, I've not got no fucking time. How have you got the time to watch this? I've got no time. I'm working. I genuinely was working so much, so I didn't have time for that. Oh, it's fucking mad. Well, Rosie's probably watched them all. The fuck? Yeah, she's Irish, man. So it's not the fuck, it's the fuck. This fucker, the fuck. When she goes mad, though, she's fucking mad. That's why she's called Mad World, isn't it? Right, I'm gonna play it. Right, let's play it because otherwise, Rosie's on a fourth bottle of wine now, so I've got to play it. Right, Amber Heard. Then share there, and everyone else. There's more people in chat. Just say hello, guys. You see, we're all friendly. I know Madel's a bit aggressive, but you know she's nice. She's just Irish. That's all. Right, I'm gonna nip out and get my Pepsi whilst you watch this. Before I forget, thank you very much to this guy for putting all these things up. Really appreciate you. I put credit for you in the description box.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I hope you're all doing well, and thanks for coming back to the channel. And thanks for your patience as you await these uploads. My work schedule's been pretty stacked lately with not many days off right now. I'm not able to be a full-time YouTube creator at the moment, but I really appreciate everyone's support through this journey so far. As you know, I, along with Jax, have been hosting live presentations of Amber Heard's never-before-seen 2016 deposition testimony. Due to the length of the depo, we've been breaking it into parts. At the time of recording this audio, we're currently up to part 5, I believe. Of course, those lives include interruptions to discuss and add context and to engage with the viewers. So, as we continue to put out parts, I'm releasing what I call volumes, made up of 2 parts each, without our faces on the screen and without interruptions and with better video quality. Of course, anyone can feel free to use these or clip these or however you'd like to use them. All we ask is that you credit the channel in your description or in your video itself, and we really do appreciate that. This is volume 2. It is parts 3 and 4 combined into one long run. In it, you'll see some highlights like Amber repeatedly attempting to contact Johnny Depp and using a mutual friend to convince him to meet her even though she knew a restraining order was in place. You will also see Amber discuss the size of her teacup Yorkie when the questioning turns to a rather unsanitary topic. Keep in mind that when you watch that portion, that Amber's dog, Boo, is at most in 2016 6 pounds as noted and compared to these grooming papers from 2019. I want to thank you again for watching, and if you'd be so kind, you can always like, subscribe, comment, and share. So without further ado, let's get started with Volume 2.
The record reflects.
This marks the beginning of media number 2 in the video deposition of Amber Depp. The time is approximately 12:25 p.m. and we're back on the record.
Ms. Heard, before we get back to the text we were talking about that you sent to Mr. Depp, I realized that I needed to go over with you a subpoena that was served on you regarding the production of documents. May I do that briefly?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Show me.
Yes, I'm going to be marking as Exhibit H, a pleading entitled Respondent's Notice of Deposition of Petitioner Amber Laura Depp and Request for Production of Documents pursuant to Code of Civil Procedure 2025.010 et sec. May I hand this document to you? Sure. Thank you. Ms. Heard, I want to draw your attention to page 7 of that document. Have you ever received this document? No. Okay. Were you ever made aware of this document?
If through counsel, don't answer. It's privileged.
Are you going to answer my question?
Yeah, I just did. No, I did not. I've never seen this.
Okay. Drawing your attention to page 7. Ms. Heard, did you provide all writings, documents, and/or communications between you and Raquel Pennington from December 1, 2015 through today.
I didn't
Don't wait.
receive this, so why would I have done that?
Don't give any communications with counsel, and that would include handing them things, talking to them.
Okay, so it should.
Don't answer. If you,
Mr. Harder has an inaccurate understanding of the attorney-client privilege objection. My questions pertaining to your belief or understanding of things does not ask you for communications with your attorneys. I do not care to know what your attorney said to you or communicated to you. I'm asking about your knowledge or understanding. That's all I'm asking about.
that was not the question, though.
Do you understand what I just said?
It's confusing because you asked one question about what did you
Mr.
hand
Harder,
them.
I'm not asking you whether you understand. I'm asking the witness.
Look, you just gave a speech, Blair, and I can respond to your speech. Your speech is that you're confusing everybody in the room because your question had to do with, did you produce things? And now you're talking about an understanding. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't either.
Okay. Ms. Hurd, prior to sitting here today, did you ever provide to any other person writings, documents, or communications between you and Raquel Pennington from December 1, 2015 through today?
If your delivery of materials was to counsel, it's privileged. You can't answer.
Again, for the record, that is a misunderstanding of the law, Ms. Hurd.
That's your position.
And I'm asking you if prior to today, you ever provided to any other person writings, documents, or communications between you and Raquel Pennington.
And don't answer because we have a difference of opinion as to what the law is. I don't know that anyone's briefed this issue or it's been heard by any court in this case. So I have to respect my position and you respect your position because the way it works with privilege is that if you divulge privilege, it can be a waiver and we have to protect against that. So if the question is asking for any communications that you had with counsel, which would include handing documents or delivery of documents, I believe that to be privileged and I instruct you not to answer unless and until there's a court order that says I'm wrong.
Prior to today, Ms. Hurd, did you provide any other person with writings, documents, and/or communications between you and Elizabeth Mars from December 1, 2015 through today's date pertaining or relating to the incidents of December 2015, April 21, 2016, or May 21, 2016?
If it's a interaction with counsel, then it's privileged and I instruct you not to answer.
Prior to today's date, or prior to you sitting here, did you provide any of the documents I referred to from Raquel Pennington today in the production you made?
I'm going to instruct you that if what she's asking is an understanding that you have from communicating with counsel, I instruct you not to answer. Whatever documents were produced were produced.
Did you produce any documents today, Ms. Hurd?
We produced documents. We have it on the record. We have it on the record.
Ms.
You were
Hurd?
looking at them. Laura even said there were 2 inches of documents that she just received from Ms. Hurd's counsel.
And all she's asking is if they're responsive to the document production request.
That's not the question.
Is it your position that any documents that are produced under deposition notice are privileged documents and therefore they shouldn't be produced? Just make sure that it's clear because when we make our motion in limine, I want to make sure that you're the one that's taking that position.
I don't know what you're
because they
talking
won't
about.
be presented at trial. We're going to exclude them all because obviously you're objecting under the attorney-client privilege. I love it. Just tell us. Keep going, Blair.
Hang on. Laura, you're being extremely argumentative and you're completely out of line.
So sorry.
Documents were produced and we have made that clear. If you can't handle being in the room, maybe you shouldn't be in the room.
It's my room, babe. Please keep going.
Ms.
Maybe you
Hurd,
should control yourself in your own room.
Ms. Hurd,
Did she call him babe? It's my room, babe. No. Did she? I gotta go back. Sorry. I heard that as, it's my room. Sorry, it's my room, babe. It's Rosie, it is, isn't it?
Documents I refer to from Raquel Pennington today in the production you made.
I'm going to instruct you that if what she's asking is an understanding that you have from communicating with counsel, I instruct you not to answer. Whatever documents were produced were produced.
Did you produce any documents today, Ms. Hurd?
We produced documents. We have it on the record. We have it on the record.
Ms.
You were
Hurd?
looking at them. Laura even said there were 2 inches of documents that she just received from Ms. Hurd's counsel.
And all she's asking is if they're responsive to the document production request.
That's not the question.
Is it your position that any documents that are produced under deposition notice are privileged documents and therefore they shouldn't be produced? Just make sure that it's clear,
We just
because when
wanna
we
be
make
clear,
our
Mr.
motion in
Hunter.
limine, I want to make sure that you're the one that's taking that position.
I don't know what you're
Because they
talking
won't
about.
be presented at trial, we're going to exclude them all because obviously you're objecting under the attorney-client privilege. I love it. Just tell us. Keep going, Blair.
Hang on. Laura, you're being extremely argumentative and you're completely out of line.
So sorry.
Documents were produced and we have made that clear. If you can't handle being in the room, maybe you shouldn't be in the room.
It's my room, babe. Please keep going.
Ms.
Maybe you
Hurd,
should control yourself in your own room.
Ms. Hurd, did you produce?
Oh, sorry, I gotta stop there. Babe! I'm sure it's Babe. It's my room, babe. Oh. That is funny. Sorry I had to go back and do that. Sorry, we get back to it. That is hilarious. That is fucking hilarious. Madwell, you're mad now, right? You're going for it. Let's fucking go. I love it. This is funny as fuck.
Documents today related to these proceedings?
I believe my counsel did.
Okay. Did you ever have anything to do with that? Those documents
What do you
that
mean?
were, have you ever given any documents related to this case for production today?
Privilege, don't answer.
Ms. Hurd, Ms. Hurd, in terms of the documents produced today, can you tell us what you did to gather any documents produced? What your actions were?
You're asking me what my actions were to produce any document.
Any of the documents that were produced today, as Mr. Harder's mentioned, were already on the record, were produced. Could you tell us what conduct acts you undertook related to the documents that were produced today?
Sure. Which documents are you talking about?
The documents you produced for these proceedings today.
I don't know what my counsel brought today, so I can't tell you how they were procured.
Okay. I'm just interested in the ones that you procured.
Let's
my counsel brought them. I did not bring them.
Okay. Did you procure any of them?
I'm sure.
Did you?
I without seeing which ones we're talking about.
Can she look at them?
Did you participate in procuring of any of the documents that were produced today, or do you know?
Stop, wait.
Yeah, and I knew what
Slow way down. You're being argumentative and harassing. She would like to look at the documents. She's already said that. And you're not showing them to her. We're not taking a lunch break yet. Oh, at the lunch break, we can show it to her?
They're your documents. She can see them whenever she wants.
She's asked for them. Why didn't you give it to her? Why is there so much trickery
Mr.
going
Harder,
on?
you provided them. Do you not have a copy
They're
of
not.
the documents?
I don't have a copy, and the witness doesn't have a copy.
I'm just sitting here in front of you.
Ms. Hurd, did you, prior to sitting where you just referred to, ever obtain or produce to another person any and all writings, documents, and or communications between you and Io Tillett Wright from December 1, 2015 to today when you're sitting here?
And again, the privilege objection is if you exchange documents with counsel, I consider that to be privileged.
Okay.
You're not answering, Ms. Hurd?
I'm taking my counsel's advice and protecting privilege.
Ms. Hurd, prior to sitting here at deposition today, did you at any time produce to another person or look for any and all writings, documents, and/or communications between you and Jody Gottlieb from December 1, 2015 through the time you were sitting here for deposition?
And again, the privilege objection is the exchange of information between you and counsel is privileged, and I instruct you not to answer that particular question.
Okay. Prior to sitting here today, Ms. Hurd, did you ever make any attempt to produce any writings, documents, or communications between you and your parents from December 1, 2015 to today?
It's a compound question, but as to communications between you and counsel, that's privileged, including exchanging of information, that's privileged.
Did you ever look for any emails with you and your parents in this case?
Did I ever look for any emails?
Yes.
I don't recall. My parents don't really email too much, so I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know is your answer?
I don't know is my answer.
Okay. Did you at any time prior to sitting here today look for any text between you and your parents relating to this case?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do once you looked for those?
I don't know. I maybe screen grabbed them or saved them.
You maybe screen grabbed them or what?
I can't remember. I don't know.
Okay. Did you produce them here today?
I don't know what's in that stack of evidence we brought.
Did you give them to another person at any time after you looked at them and identified them?
And again, you're aware of
for
the
the
privilege.
council.
Is your answer for the council?
I'm going to take my counsel's advice, and for privilege, say I can't answer that.
Did you ever at any time prior to when you're sitting here today look for any communications or writings between you and Josh Drew?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you prior today look for or produce any photographs or images of you taken by you?
Did I ever look for photographs of myself taken by myself ever?
Mhm.
Have I ever looked at?
Pertaining to the allegations you made in this case.
So are you asking me if I've ever looked for pictures of myself?
Yes.
But specifically taken by myself?
To start with, yes.
I don't know. I don't remember if I've ever taken pictures of myself. Oh, yes, yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. What did you do with those that you
Depends on the
looked for and
picture.
identified?
There's more than one. I said I would have to know which picture it was to know what I did with it.
Okay. With any of those you identified as pictures relating to any claims you're making in this case, did you ever give any of them to another person?
And again, with regard to counsel, it's communication with counsel. So you need to not answer questions about communication with counsel.
I cannot answer that question because of what he just said.
At any time prior to sitting here today, did you ever make any attempt to look for photographs or images taken of you by any other person from the date of the alleged May 21, 2016 incident alleged in your declaration of May 26, 2016 through May 28, 2016?
Vague and ambiguous.
I was confused by that question because you're asking, what exactly are you asking me?
Whether you ever looked for pictures relating to this case?
To the entire case for the entirety, because you seem to be very specific about a certain couple.
Well, that was specifically about May 21.
So
did
you're
you look for
asking-
May 21 pictures?
What did you say about the 26th and through 28th? Just so I'm clear.
Well, you filed a declaration where you swore things in your declaration and made allegations,
Yes.
right? I'm asking you, did you look for any pictures related to the things you swore in your declaration?
Specifically from the May 21st.
Yes.
incident. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what you did with the pictures you looked for, if anything?
Don't talk about communications with counsel.
Okay. Then I cannot tell you because it involves counsel.
Did you produce any of the pictures related to your claims regarding May 21 for these proceedings to any other person?
Are you going to let her look at the document production?
I would just want to know what it is referring to when you say documents. I just want to make sure that they're all mine before I take responsibility for them.
Of course. But what I'm asking you is, did you produce any?
I'm going to again ask that you please put the document production in front of the witness so she can review what was produced today.
Do you not have a copy of the documents that were produced?
I've already told you I don't personally have them and the witness doesn't have them.
Okay,
And I
do
see
any
two
of the
stacks.
other attorneys
And Laura,
have them?
yeah, you do. And you have two stacks in
Yes.
front of you. You can hand one to me and keep one.
I've made notes on both of those stacks. I'm so sorry. I assumed that your 7-person
Okay, well,
team would have a set.
Then she can't answer what was produced today
Okay.
because you're not going to show it to her.
I'm happy to give another copy to you guys at the lunch break.
Or I can get one from my co-counsel
Well, why
who's not
don't you
here.
do that?
Then let's save those questions for after the lunch break, Laura.
Ms. Hurd, did you ever make any attempt prior to sitting here today to look for photographs of other images of you which have been posted, uploaded, or otherwise added to any social website or blog or Facebook or Instagram or other social media outlet which have been posted since the date of the alleged May 21 incident alleged in your declaration for the proceedings today?
Compound, vague, and ambiguous.
What was the question exactly?
Have you ever looked for images which were later images you saw online in this case?
Have I ever looked for images that I have since seen online?
Relating to the allegations you've made in this case?
Vague and ambiguous as to what images you're talking about. Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Ms. Hurd, are you aware that a video was posted online last night?
I am aware of
Have
that.
you ever seen that video before?
I have seen that video.
Did you, in fact, take that video yourself?
I did.
Okay. When did you take that video?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Was that the same video that was posted online last night?
Objection is to the term posted online last night.
Did you see that the video you took was publicized around the world last night?
If you're asking me if I'm aware that that video was posted online, yes.
Okay. And you took that video, correct?
I did.
And you took it on your cell phone, correct?
No.
What did you take it on?
iPad.
On your iPad? Okay. And you used the iPad function to record Mr. Depp, correct?
I don't know what you mean iPad function.
The recording function.
Yes,
Oh.
as opposed to, are you asking me if I use like a certain app or?
No, I'm just asking if you recorded him.
But I already said I did.
Okay. And you intended to record him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And last night, that video you recorded was posted on press outlets around the world, correct?
Objection.
I don't know where it was posted.
Okay. After you recorded that video of Mr. Depp, did it remain on your phone?
Wait.
iPad? Excuse me, I misspoke.
It's not isolated to my iPad, but yes.
Did you send it out to other people?
It involves.
Don't answer as to counsel.
Did you send it out to any other person, not your counsel?
No.
So you only had it on your iPhone and you sent it, if you sent it anywhere, you sent it to your counsel.
iPad.
I'm sorry, iPad. You recorded it on your iPad and.
Was not isolated to my iPad.
Okay. And you sent it to only your counsel, correct?
Don't answer as to communications with counsel.
Okay.
She's asked, and you've asked that, and she's answered.
I just want to be very clear, Miss.
You're asking me if I leaked that video and I did not.
No, that's not what she's
I have not
asking.
asked you.
I moved to strike. Listen carefully to the question.
Okay.
I'm allowed to.
Okay.
You're moving to strike your client's own answer?
It wasn't an answer to a question.
Ms. Hurd, after you took that iPad video of Mr. Depp, did you ever forward that video to any other person?
Wait, objection as to what any other person means. Are you saying, did you forward it to anyone that is not an attorney?
Well, let's start there. Tell me the names of any other person other than an attorney you ever forwarded the video you took to which you are referring of Mr. Depp after you recorded him.
I can't remember. It was a long time ago. And since this has all gone down, there have been many people involved in my case, and many people seeking to whom I sought advice and help and support legally and otherwise.
Okay, so let's start with the first person, if there are many. Let's start with the first person you remember sending that video to.
I believe that misstates her prior testimony.
I'm telling you, it was taken a long time ago. And since I have been, since this has all gone down, it's been quite a long time. And there have been a lot of people involved, a lot of people both legally and otherwise that I have sought advice and help for, legal and otherwise. And it wasn't isolated just to my iPad. I also sync my devices, and I have many people have access to my devices, and I don't know who I sent it to.
Who has access to your devices?
Many people.
Ms. Hurt, of those many people, could you name them?
I couldn't name them all, no.
Could you name any of them?
I could probably name some.
Please do.
My sister has access to my iPad.
And that's Whitney Hurd?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you allow your sister to take the video you made of Mr. Depp at any time after you made it?
No.
Vague and
Did you allow any other person did you forward to any other person a copy of the video you took of Mr. Depp?
It's the same question you asked me.
Anything that relates to counsel, you can't answer, but other than counsel.
Was there any other person you forwarded the video
I
to?
can't remember.
That wasn't counsel?
I can't remember.
You can't remember?
There's a lot of evidence. I've had a lot of evidence. So I can't remember, I can't remember.
Okay, that's your testimony. I only want the truth.
Good.
Before you sat here today, did you ever, at any time in anticipation of these proceedings, look for any cell phone used by you and or registered in your name, including all numbers used by you under any family plan or similar service, and make any attempt to get your telephone statements or a printout of your telephone records containing the details of your text and phone messages?
Compound, vague, and ambiguous.
That was a very long question. Can you please tell me what you're asking?
Yes. Did you not understand?
I did not understand that. That's why I said, can you please?
Oh, okay. So did you make any attempt at all prior to today to get your phone records for these proceedings?
I don't know. I don't recall. You mean like through the telephone company? Like through the
By
provider?
any means, Ms. Hurd, online, by the telephone company, your own records?
What do you mean by phone records?
Records that reflect the details of text and phone calls that you've made and received.
So are you asking me if I have gone through my own text messages?
No, I'm not asking you that. I'm asking if you ever made any attempt to get bills that reflect, have you ever seen a telephone bill?
I have seen a physical telephone bill in my life.
Okay. And on telephone bills, you've seen where they list calls made and calls received and the time and date of those calls?
Yeah.
Did you ever make any attempt to obtain those kind of billings for this case?
I don't remember. I don't know. I can't remember doing that.
Is your answer you can't remember doing that?
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't know.
Okay. At any time prior to sitting here today, did you ever review your computers, cell phones, or any digital device to look for any and all emails or text messages that you would have relating to any of the claims in your case?
Just so I'm clear, are you asking me if I looked from emails?
Well, let's start with emails. Yes, pertaining to this case.
Have I ever looked through my own emails pertaining to this case?
Yes.
For email
Yes.
Perhaps, yes.
Okay. And did you ever gather those at any time and give them to another person?
Don't answer as to counsel.
I don't remember.
It's compound. Did you gather them as the first, and then did you give them as the second?
Did you gather them up?
No.
No,
Not that
you
I
never
remember.
did.
Not that I remember.
Okay. Okay. Anything else on the list?
No.
Okay. Okay. So back to your contacting Mr. Depp. At some point, did you believe a restraining order had been obtained? Did you seek a restraining order in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you ask for the court to issue a restraining order?
I did.
And when did you do that?
I believe it was on the 27th.
And that's a restraining order against Mr. Depp?
What,
The one you wanted to get?
Yes.
Yes. And why did you do that?
Because I lived in a house he owned, had keys to, his security had keys to, and despite my repeated requests that they protect me when Johnny was using and in these episodes or in these states, despite the repeated requests I made from them to help me protect my property, especially, and me, and despite their repeated warnings that we were going to kill each other, as they like to put it, that they were not very helpful when it came to protecting me. As I have in our evidence, them on audio saying that I didn't matter. JD was important here. And because of that lack of security, and because I lived in his home, and because his behavior had become increasingly erratic and unpredictable and scary, I had no other way than to protect myself and feel more protected and feel like I had autonomy over my space, where he couldn't just come in the middle of the night on one of his benders and try to get in the house, or decide he wanted to have another talk about one of his delusions, or to fight it out or whatever.
And were you successful in your efforts to obtain a restraining order?
I was.
Okay. When did you obtain that restraining order, if you know?
Are you asking me the date again?
Yeah.
Calls for legal conclusion.
When were you aware first that you had obtained a restraining order?
When I was told it was successfely obtained by my lawyer.
Was that May 27th?
I'm just going to instruct you, you can't talk about communications with your lawyer. So
Okay.
I'm going to do a claw back because I think it was inadvertent.
Okay. Ms. Hurd, did you go to court on May 27th, 2016?
I believe that was the date.
Did you understand you were going to court to get a restraining order?
Yeah.
Did you leave court believing you'd gotten a restraining order?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be truthful to say that on May 27th, you believed you had obtained this restraining order against Johnny Depp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you understand, and let's strike that. Did you feel once you had obtained that restraining order that it would prohibit any contact between you and Johnny Depp?
I'm going to object because your understanding, if they came from counsel, you can't answer. If you have an independent knowledge, then that would be different.
My independent knowledge would be that of what I assumed a restraining order was, which was that he had to stay away from me and couldn't just come home in the middle of the night and decide he wanted to fight about something.
And he couldn't...
Or I could call the cops and they would come fast and they would know it was serious.
Okay. And you continued to be petrified of him, correct?
I was terrified of the monster.
Okay.
I was terrified of the part of Johnny that I could not control or predict, and it was getting worse and worse.
Okay.
If you need a break, we can take a break, okay?
I'm okay.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
okay. And you believed at the time you obtained this restraining order that the law, the court was ordering that Johnny Depp not have any contact with you, correct?
Now, be careful of communications with counsel. I don't want you to disclose any understandings that you receive from counsel. If it's separate and apart from that, then I'll allow it.
Could you repeat your question, please?
Yes. You believed when you obtained this restraining order that under no circumstances could there be, or did you want there to be, any physical contact between you and Johnny Depp, correct?
It was my understanding, independent of counsel or any,
Right.
you know, it was my vague understanding that my contact with him would be limited. I was unclear as to what extent. There were a lot of things going on and a lot of other pressures. And I thought I would be more protected with regards to the law. I thought I would be safer in my own home and be able to change the locks legally so that I could have some safety.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, when you went to court and obtained that restraining order on May 27th, where did you believe Johnny was that day?
I don't know.
To the best of your knowledge.
I have no idea.
Did you have any idea?
I don't remember knowing where he was.
Okay. After you obtained that restraining order on May 27th, did you even, to the best of your knowledge, again, did you have any awareness of whether Johnny Depp was even in Los Angeles?
I don't remember. I knew he was traveling around that time, but I don't know. I don't remember knowing where he was.
Do you know somebody named Christian Carino?
I do.
Okay. Is he your friend?
Yeah, he is my friend.
Is he also your commercial agent?
Yeah, he is.
Okay. Did you speak with Christian Carino on July 15th and ask him to get in touch with Johnny so you could go see him in San Francisco?
On July 15th?
Yes.
What is your question? Whether I contacted Christian or what's your question? Sorry.
Do you need me to repeat it?
What is your question, please?
Okay. Did you contact Christian Carino on July 15th and ask him to contact Johnny so you could go see him in San Francisco? That would be Johnny Depp in San Francisco.
I don't know who initiated the contact, and I don't know at what point in that communication with Christian. I don't know at what point that was. So if you're asking me if Christian and I text on July 15th, yes, we probably did. We were supposed to have some sort of discussion about mediation, and
Can't really talk about mediation.
Okay.
Were you aware you had a temporary restraining order that you've gotten issued against Johnny Depp when you requested to see him?
Yes.
Okay. And were you petrified of Johnny Depp at the time you contacted Christian Carino to try to see him?
I was told that he was sober and in a sober state, and so it was my fears were mitigated against the idea that he had maybe had some time to get sober and clean, and that generally means his behavior is safer and better, and that I would not be alone and I would be protected.
So
just 1 second. I have a privileged question.
let the record reflect that
Yes, this
Mr.
was.
Harder is
Okay.
whispering in his client's ear.
Well, no, I had to ask her a question because this pertained to mediation, so I have to make a mediation privilege objection. So
Would you like to make that objection?
I just did. I'm objecting to this line of questioning because it's mediation privilege. Do you want to go off the record? and we
No,
can
I
talk
just
about
want to be
this?
clear so that I understand whether you're saying that Ms. Hurd's communications with Christian Carino, you are claiming are privileged under the mediation privilege.
With respect to a meeting with, or potential meeting with Johnny Depp, it's mediation privilege. Well, you disagree, but
I'm
mean,
not
we-
saying anything, Mr. Harder.
I know we could go off the record, we could discuss, because you guys were at the mediation and the mediator was saying certain things, which I don't want to say on the record, but
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Harder, but I'm going to continue questioning
Okay.
Ms. Hurd. Did you ask Christian Carino on July 15th to tell Johnny Depp that you loved him?
I don't know. I don't remember. But I love Johnny.
Did you text Christian Carino and ask him if he thought he could convince Johnny to speak with you on the night of July 19th?
I don't remember specifically because I don't have those text messages in front of me.
Where are
So
those text messages?
I don't know.
Have you kept them?
it assumes facts, not in evidence.
I just don't have them in front of me. I don't know. I don't remember. Do you remember every text message you send to everybody and when you send it?
Do you ever remember asking Christian Carino to tell Johnny you loved him in August, in any time during this month of
I don't have a
2016?
specific memory of that, but I'm sure I did. No, it doesn't. I don't know. I don't have a specific.
Don't guess.
Oh, okay. I don't have a specific memory of that.
Did you text Christian Carino on or around July 19th, 2016, and ask Christian if he thought you, Amber, would be able to physically see Johnny that night?
I'm going to object on the mediation privilege grounds, and we can talk about this at a break.
Are you going to answer my
We're
question?
just trying to mediate, and so I feel
Well,
like
don't answer because it's,
okay.
we'll have to talk at a break with counsel.
Did Christian Carino ever talk up to you about Johnny Depp saying he could not meet with you in July of August of 2016 because there was a restraining order in place?
Again, we're going to have to put a pin in that because of the mediation privilege issue, and we can discuss it at a break.
Just to be clear, Mr. Harder, were you present during any mediations in this case?
Yes, I was, and so were you, and so were several people in this room.
On what dates?
It's not my deposition, and I don't have my calendar in front of me. There was an ongoing mediation process that went on for a long time, as you know, Blair.
Ms. Hurd, were you present during any mediation sessions in this case?
Don't answer mediation privilege.
Are you going to answer my question?
You just you're not to answer.
You can say if you were at a mediation session or spoke to a mediator.
Yes. On how many occasions?
I don't recall. Maybe 2. I can't. As to not guess, I have to say I can't remember how many there were.
Did you ever attend a mediation session at these offices before?
It calls for legal conclusion. It's vague as to what a mediation session is.
How about mediation, the word we used before when she said she had?
Well, I mean, here's the thing, Blair. There was a mediator, I think, at this office, or was it Patty's office? I can't remember. It was one of these offices in Century City, and there was a mediator. And there were several sessions, and there was a mediator at my office, and you were there, Blair. So there were let's talk off the record about this, because I don't want to divulge anything that's mediation privilege.
Ms. Depp, did you ever attend a mediation with Johnny Depp in this case and other lawyers?
Yes.
Okay. Who were the lawyers there when you attended this mediation session?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know all the lawyers. I don't even know. I don't know most of the people in this room.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't know half the people in this room.
And did you ever attend a mediation with someone named Christian Carino at the mediation?
I know that with regards to my understanding of mediation and what mediation is, Christian Carino was present and involved in trying to mediate between us.
At any point, did you ask to see Johnny Depp and strike that. At any point in time, Ms. Hurd, did you ask Christian Carino to set up a meeting between you and Mr. Depp? And did Mr. Carino tell you that was not possible because papers had to be in place?
Mediation privilege, and I'm going to instruct you not to answer, and we can talk about this at a break.
Okay.
On Thursday, July 21, 2016, were you in Los Angeles?
I don't know.
Do you have any ability to figure that out? Do you have a calendar or anything?
No, not with me. I don't have my phone on me. What could you remind me of what that date was so I can?
It was July 21, 2016, a Thursday.
I have no idea where I was on that date. Okay. Can you give me some sort of background? Maybe I can answer the question better. Because I
was asking you where you were.
Asked and answered.
I feel like I answered that.
Okay. In July, anytime in the month of July 2016, did you board a plane and fly to San Francisco, California?
At any time in July?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that to see Johnny Depp?
Mediation privilege, and I instruct you not to answer, and we can deal with this at a break. Don't answer.
Are you answering my question, Ms. Hurd?
I am taking his advice.
Ms. Hurd, in July of 2016, were you aware that your husband, Johnny Depp, was on tour with his band, The Vampires?
I don't think that's the name of the band.
Are you asking me, did I know if Johnny Depp went on tour with the Hollywood Vampires?
Yes.
Yes, I do know that he went on tour with the Hollywood Vampires.
In July of 2016, did you believe he was on tour at that time during that month?
I believe so. I believe I knew that he was on tour more or less around the time of July with his band, the Hollywood Vampires.
And at some point, did you believe that Johnny Depp, while performing on his tour, was going to be in San Francisco?
Christian told me that he was going to be there, I believe.
And is it true that you got on an airplane and flew to San Francisco intending to see Johnny Depp?
Don't answer. Mediation privilege. We can take this up at a break.
Isn't it true, Ms. Hurd, that you flew to San Francisco on July 21 to attempt to see Johnny Depp?
Again, mediation privilege. I instruct you not to answer, and counsel can discuss this at a break.
Did you fly to San Francisco on July 21?
I don't remember what date I flew there.
Did you fly to San Francisco in the month of July?
Yes.
Okay. Did Christian Carino, on or around July 21, tell you that Johnny's lawyers had said that you could not meet with Johnny until you dissolved the TRO?
I don't know if he told me that. I don't remember everything he said to me.
Did he ever tell you anything like that?
I don't recall.
After getting off the plane in San Francisco, did you go to a house arranged for by Christian Carino?
I'm going to instruct mediation privilege. We can take this up at a break.
On July 21 or July 22, 2016, did you go to the hotel that you were informed Johnny Depp was staying at in San Francisco, the Omni Hotel?
Instruct you not to answer because of mediation privilege, and counsel can discuss this at a break.
On July 21 or July 22, did you go to the Omni Hotel?
Mediation privilege, instruct you not to answer. Counsel can take this up at a break.
Ms. Hurd, I see you shaking your head back and forth. Was that no?
Don't shake your head, please. And
Yeah, I didn't mean to move my head.
Okay, so you were
Sorry.
not answering in the negative that you did not go to the
I
Omni
did
Wait.
not
Hotel.
answer.
She wasn't answering.
she's not answering because of privilege, because I've instructed her.
Do you have a cell phone? Did you have a cell phone that you were using on August 9th, 2016?
Yes,
Okay.
I have a cell phone, yeah.
Okay. What was the cell number you utilized to make calls on August 9, 2016?
I don't know.
Do you recognize a cell number?
Yes, I think so, yes.
And who does that number belong to?
That's a number that belongs to me.
Okay. Did you use your cell phone to call Johnny Depp 3 different times on August 9, 2016?
I'm going to object mediation privilege, and we can all discuss this at a break.
Yeah.
Are you answering my question?
No, I'm taking his advice.
The next day, August 10, 2016, did you call Johnny Depp using that same cell phone twice?
Again, mediation privilege, and I'm going to instruct you, and the counsel can take it up at a break.
Ms. Hurd, on August 11th, did you have 4 different telephone conversations where you called Johnny Depp?
Mediation privilege, I'm going to instruct you, and we can take it up at a break.
Did you speak with Johnny Depp on August 11th by telephone at 5:52 p.m.?
Mediation privilege, I'm going to instruct you, and we can take it up at a break with counsel.
Between 5:52 and 6:07 on August 11, 2004, did you participate in a 15-minute phone call between you and Johnny Depp?
I'm going to instruct you on mediation privilege, and counsel can take it up at a break.
After 6:07 on August 11, 2016, did you repeatedly make efforts to call Johnny Depp?
Again, I'm going to instruct you on mediation privilege, and we can take this up at a break.
Did you place a call to Johnny Depp first at 3:51 on August 11th?
Same instruction, same objection. We can take it up at a break.
Did you next place a call intending to call Johnny Depp at 8:54?
Same instruction, same objection. We can take it up at a break. You don't have to get louder either. We can You'd be getting louder and louder progressively. You don't have to.
Did you next make a third call at 10:03 that night to Johnny Depp?
Mediation privilege, same instruction. We can discuss it at a break.
After the 10:03 phone call, did you next try to call Johnny Depp at 10:10?
Same objection and instruction.
After the 10:10 phone call on August 11, 2016, did you then place a 5th phone call at 10:37 to Johnny Depp?
Same objection, same instruction.
On August 11, 2016, Ms. Hurd, did you, in any form of communication, ask Johnny to call you?
Same instruction, same objection.
Ms. Hurd, I'm showing you a picture that will be marked respondents I. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you a second picture that'll be marked as respondents J. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes. It's the same picture or well, same thing.
Am I correct that respondents J is a close-up shot or a closer shot of the same photograph of respondents I?
It calls for speculation.
If you know.
You're asking me if what's the question? Exactly.
The same
It's
photograph,
the same.
one's from a closer perspective.
It looks like that to me.
Have you ever seen that photograph before?
Johnny told me about it and then sent it to me about May, when we started speaking again in May. About a month. We didn't speak for almost a month, and that's when he sent me that picture.
And how did he send you that copy?
Text message, I believe.
Okay. Drawing your attention to respondents I. In here.
This one.
Are you looking at that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a bed in that picture?
Yes.
Do you recognize that bed?
Yes.
Whose bed is that?
That is the bed that Johnny and I sleep in.
Okay. And is that a bed you and Johnny sleep in at Penthouse 3 at the Broadway residence?
Only when he stays there.
Okay. You say you saw that picture for the first time as of?
In May.
Sometime in May?
I remember when he sent that picture to me because I was on the way to the airport and I hadn't spoken to him in several weeks, almost a month.
Okay. When did you have a specific memory of that?
Yes.
Okay. When was that in May?
It was the day I was leaving for Italy. I don't know that date off the top of my head, but I remember it was significant to me because Johnny and I had not been speaking for about a month prior.
Okay. When you say you had not been speaking to Johnny for a month prior, does that mean he had not slept in the same bed with you for a month?
Yeah, we had not seen each other in several weeks, almost a month.
Okay. When was the last time prior to when you were sent this photograph that you had seen Johnny Depp?
April. Last time I saw him was April 21st into the morning of April 22nd.
Okay. On the morning of April 22nd, when you last saw him, did you see him leave Penthouse 3?
I did not see him leave. I saw him right before he left. And then he left me a note. He stormed downstairs and I heard the door slam and I started to walk downstairs and then I heard it open again. I went back upstairs thinking he was coming back in and then it slammed again. And then I went downstairs an hour or two later because it sounded as though he had indeed left. And I saw a note saying, happy fucking birthday.
And what time was that you confirmed that he'd left?
Very early morning hours of April 22nd, my 30th birthday.
When you say early morning hours, would that be before or after, say, 4 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know.
Would it be before or after, say, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I can't recall.
Okay. After you believed he had left, did you go to sleep in that bed at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone else sleeping with you in that bed when you went to sleep?
No human was sleeping with me.
No human was sleeping with you. Mm-hmm. Okay. And
the dogs sleep with me.
Okay. So no other human was sleeping with you in that bed. Prior to getting out of that bed, Was any other person in that bed with you?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Raquel Pennington.
When did she enter your bed?
When she woke me up.
And what time was that?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the time she woke you up, is it true to say that you hadn't left that bed?
I might have left the bed.
Where did you go?
I don't remember if I got up to use the restroom and or brush my teeth, but I don't know.
Okay. Is it true to say that if you had left your bed during that time, it would have been a brief leaving of the bed and you returned to the bed?
Yes.
Okay. And you do or don't remember when Raquel Pennington got into bed with you?
It was in the morning.
Okay. And how long were you and Raquel in the bed together?
Not very long, just long enough for her to wake me up and show me a birthday video she'd made for me.
Okay. Were you still in your sleep clothes in bed when that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as J, respondents J. When you woke up that morning, was feces, well, tell me what you think that picture shows. Does that?
It looks like dog poop.
Okay, is that feces?
Looks like dog feces.
Excrement, correct?
Asked and answered twice now.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
what makes you believe that feces is dog feces?
Because there's no other plausible explanation, and because Boo, my dog, or Johnny and I's dog, uses the bathroom quite frequently in the bed and has done so on Johnny's person more than once. In fact, my mom sent me a text message just yesterday saying that Boo used the bathroom in bed with her and so sorry about the sheets. What does she need to do? And that was yesterday.
If you were informed, Miss Heard, that feces you are looking at in respondent's exhibit is in fact human feces, would you know where that feces had come from?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And when you woke up that morning on April 22nd, was that feces in your bed?
I have no idea. Boo sleeps underneath the covers, and she's a small dog. And she uses the bathroom in the bed quite frequently. So if it was in the bed, I didn't notice. And I know I didn't notice because there was another person that came into the bed, as I mentioned, Raquel Pennington, who talked to me and even showed me a video that morning. It's my 30th birthday, and neither of us noticed it. And then we got out of bed to pack because we were leaving for the weekend, my little birthday weekend, and we left the dogs in the bed. You try to leave the dogs in the bed in the morning because as soon as you set them down, Boo is even more encouraged to use the bathroom, and I wasn't ready to go downstairs, so I left them in the bed where I grabbed a few things to pack so it could have happened after I got out of bed.
When you say it could have happened, what do you mean?
Boo could have used the bathroom.
Miss Heard, I just want to be very clear. Between the time you were sleeping with Miss Raquel Pennington in your bed,
I never slept with Raquel Pennington
I'm sorry,
in my bed.
I misspoke. Between the time you were sleeping in your bed and the time you left your bed for the day, was any person other than you and Raquel Pennington in that bed?
No.
Was any other person?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. How long were you in your penthouse 3 before you left for your trip?
From when?
From the time you woke up until the time you left.
How long did it take us to get ready?
Well, what time did you leave the penthouse that day?
I don't, that night you said?
That day.
I feel like it was in midday. I don't know. I can't, if you don't want me to guess, then I'd have to say I don't know. I don't know the exact time.
Would it be fair to say around the afternoon, early afternoon?
That'd be fair.
Okay. And between the time you were sleeping in your bed and the time you left, did you ever leave your apartment?
Clarify, sorry.
Between the time you left for your trip and the time you were sleeping and woke up in your bed, did you leave Penthouse 3? Or were you there the whole morning?
I went to the other penthouses to gather clothes and my paints and stuff.
Okay.
So yes, I did leave Penthouse 3.
To your awareness, to your knowledge, was any other person accessing your bedroom between the time you woke up on April 22nd and the time you left for your trip?
Other than Raquel?
Yes. And you?
I can't remember if the housekeepers came while I was there or after. I think the housekeepers came after we had already left. So I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your testimony here is that other than you and Rocky, and possibly, you're not sure, the housekeepers, no other person came into your bedroom?
I cannot remember. I cannot
Vegas
tell
the
you.
time.
I also can't tell you who was in the apartments because the apartments connect. And at the time, Lily Rose and her boyfriend were living next door in Penthouse 4, and they connect. So you have access to all of them. So between the housekeepers, the house manager, his assistant, and Lily Rose and her boyfriend, there are any number of people that have access to that apartment.
My question to you, Ms. Depp, is do you have any reason to believe on April 22nd, at any time in the day, that Lily Rose Depp was in your bedroom?
Are you asking me if I have any reason to believe that she was in my bedroom?
Correct.
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that Ash was in your bedroom on April 21, 2016, at any time? Oh, I'm sorry, April 22, 2016. At any
I have no idea who was in my apartment or who had access to my apartment for whatever reason. I have no reason to believe specifically that Ash or Lily Rose was in my bedroom.
Could you name
I'm just saying a lot of people have access. Kevin, housekeepers, house manager, a lot of people have access to that apartment.
On April 22nd, 2016, could you identify any person that you gave authorization to have access to your bedroom on April 22nd?
Big ambiguous.
Yeah,
access.
what are you asking me exactly?
Did you
So
tell
sorry.
any other human being that they could come into your bedroom on April 22nd?
I did not tell anybody. I did not tell any human being to come into that they had permission to specifically enter my bedroom on April 22nd. However, I know for a fact other people did come into my bedroom on April 22nd.
Who were those people?
I don't know which housekeepers were working that day. I don't know if the house manager, Kevin, was working that day. I don't know if Andy was working that day. I don't know if Ash and Lily Rose were next door and coming into the office to get weed from their dad's office. I don't know.
Did you say weed from their dad's office?
Yes, the connecting apartment, the one that they lived in, it's there's a connecting door between their apartment and Johnny's office where he keeps all of the weed. And so Ash and Lily Rose would have full access to his office.
While you
and
were,
often would come into the apartment for that reason.
While you were in Penthouse 3, on April 22nd, 2016, did you personally see any other person in your bedroom other than you and Raquel Pennington?
No, I don't recall anyone else being in my bedroom. However, I don't know, because I do not recall, if the housekeepers came before I left or not. I don't remember if I saw them before I left.
Before you left on April 22nd, 2016, did you see any other person in Penthouse 3 before you left?
I don't recall if I saw the housekeepers come before I left.
Okay, but other than the housekeeper,
or the house manager.
Okay, other than Rocky Pennington, and other than you, Is there any other person that you can identify you saw in the penthouse 3 on April 22nd, 2016 after you woke up?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
I think it's time for a lunch break. It's 1:30.
I've got about 10 more minutes.
We're taking a lunch break. Are you ready for lunch? You want to go?
Oh, 10 more minutes?
Well, if she has 10 more minutes, I'd rather wrap this up.
No, 10 more minutes before we break. I'd like to finish this line of questioning.
Not McCarthy still, I thought it was 10 more minutes.
No.
The lunch is here.
You want to power through for 10 more minutes?
Well, I'd rather power through, but I mean, I can just get this shit over with.
We're breaking?
Yeah, break.
You have a break?
I meant this.
Oh, there are 10 more minutes of the day.
I'm going to break.
No.
Oh, sorry.
We're okay. She's all right.
Okay, well, I guess we're not breaking.
Oh, we're not. I remember those ones.
We'll go for 10 more minutes. You'll finish this up and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Me too.
Miss Heard, do you know someone by the name of Hilda Vargas?
Yes.
How long have you known Miss Vargas?
For now, almost 5 years.
Do you think of her as a good person?
Yes.
Do you think of her as a nice person?
Yes.
Okay. How often does she clean for you?
She works for Johnny, and she, I don't know her work schedule because sometimes I see her regularly, and then sometimes I go for a long time without seeing her.
Okay. Does she clean your areas where you live?
She cleaned the house where Johnny and I live on occasion.
Okay. Did she have any regular schedule, or did she just come whenever she wanted to?
I don't know what her schedule is.
Did you see her on certain days of the week?
It didn't seem to have a regular schedule, but I did see cleaning ladies most days of the week. They came almost every day.
Did you see Hilda Vargas on April 21? Do you know what Hilda Vargas looks like?
Yes.
Did you see her on April 21, 2016?
I don't remember seeing, I don't know if she was there on that day.
Did you see Hilda Vargas on April 22, 2016?
I can't remember. I don't know.
When was the last time you saw Hilda Vargas?
I saw Hilda at Johnny's, one of Johnny's West Hollywood houses, sometime right around the divorce.
Okay. And prior to that time, when was the last time you saw Hilda Vargas?
I don't recall.
Okay. And when you saw Hilda Vargas, you say you were at Johnny's another house?
Yeah, Johnny's main house, where he goes and lives every time we get in a fight. He moves to that house.
Ms. Heard, when you say you saw Hilda Vargas sometime after April 21, did you have a conversation with her?
I did.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
About the information I received from Johnny.
Excuse me?
About information I received from Johnny. I talked to her about the information I received from Johnny through, I think he said it was through Kevin, through Hilda, then to Kevin, and that Kevin had sent him a picture of the dog shit. Dog feces. And that Hilda, so I asked Johnny, when Johnny first informed me, he was the first person that told me about this. This was something I didn't know about until Johnny told me. And at the time we were speaking on the phone, it had been after about a month of not hearing from him. And I assumed Johnny was high and have in one of his manic episodes where he goes into delusion. That's what I assumed.
Ms.
So
Heard, I'm gonna ask you to pause.
Sure.
And I'm gonna object as non-responsive and move to strike.
Okay.
I was asking you about a conversation. I was asking you about a conversation you say you had with someone named Hilda Vargas. Do you understand my question?
No, your question asked me, as I understood it, Your question was asking me what Hilda and I spoke about, and I responded the information Johnny gave me. And then you asked me to continue, so I was elucidating as to what that information was. When I attempted to do so, you interrupted me.
When you were elucidating, Ms. Hurd, could you instead describe for me anything that Hilda Vargas said to you?
Hilda gave me, I asked Hilda if it was true that she took a picture. I asked Hilda if it was true if she took a picture of Boo. I asked Hilda if she took a picture of Boo's dog shit, dog poop. And thank you. I asked Hilda if she took a picture of Boo's dog poop because the other housekeepers, when I asked them, probably the day prior, I said, guys, I heard from Johnny on this phone call, and I assumed Johnny was high and in a delusion, so I wrote it off, but then he kept talking about it and kept bringing it up, and I thought that was very strange, and then he texted me a picture of it. So I said, how did you have this why do you have it? Why do you poop on your phone? And he said that Kevin sent it to him. Kevin from Hilda, or no, from the housekeepers. So I asked the housekeepers, with whom I have great respect and a great relationship. I think I would be shocked if they said otherwise. But I asked them who took this picture, because Johnny's been carrying around this picture for a month of Boo's dog shit, and he's been latching poop, and he's latched onto this delusion. And I want to know how this information, I want to know the custody of this information, and why no one told me, why no one said, why no one sent me this picture? Why did it go to Johnny in the way it did? Because I felt like it aided in his delusion. So the other housekeepers told me it was Hilda that took the picture or saw it. They didn't even see it. They don't know. And I asked Hilda when I saw her, I just happened to run into her at Johnny's West Hollywood place. And I said, Hilda, do you know anything about this? And she said, well, yeah, I took a picture of it because it looked really big. It didn't look like Boo. And I said, but, what do you mean by that? And she said, well, it was in the bed. And I said, but Boo should, God, I'm sorry. Boo uses the bathroom in the bed all the time. And she said, oh, I mean, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And I said, you don't know that because when that happens, I clean it up and then wrap the sheets up. And I always, every single time this has happened before, wrap the sheets up and either wash them myself or put them aside and tell the housekeepers when they're doing laundry. By the way, within this pile, be careful. There is, Boo use the bathroom again. And so it's cleaned up more or less every time. And Hilda was working for us very rarely these days in the penthouses. Like she was coming only she was not there every day. So I had a conversation with Hilda and said, if I had ever seen that Boo did that, if I had ever noticed it, I would never have left it there. I would have cleaned it up. I'd never do that to you guys. I'm so sorry that I didn't clean it up. It was because I didn't see it. And I just don't want you to think that I was so disrespectful as just to leave dog poop in the bed for you to clean up. I was worried that she might think that, she might be offended that I would just leave our dog's poop in the bed. It's rude.
Did you say anything else to Hilda Vargas during this conversation
I don't know.
at Johnny's house?
We had I don't know what else we talked about. I think it was primarily about the poop.
Did you refer to it with Ms. Vargas as poop or shit?
I think I used the word mierda.
Okay.
I spoke to her in Spanish.
Okay. You used the word mierda?
Mierda.
Mierda. Okay. And did you tell Hilda Vargas at any time during the conversation?
Maybe I said caca. I can't remember if I used the word caca or mierda.
It's been 10 minutes.
Did you tell Hilda Vargas at any time during the conversation where you had with her at Johnny's house that the pictures you took of the caca or mierda have destroyed my marriage?
No.
Did you at any time in your conversation with Hilda Vargas reference your marriage being hurt by the fact that she had taken these pictures?
I referenced the my marriage being hurt as a result of the chain of communication and how it was communicated from one person to the next, from the next to the next to the next person, and then ultimately to Johnny, who clearly has been in a very bad state and is clearly in one of his downward spirals. And during these battles with sobriety, when he's losing, he is very susceptible to delusions and stimulation. He's very paranoid. And because he's in one of those states, any information that's delivered to him in this way it can have repercussions that are very damning.
Okay. Can you? This is my last question. Okay. And then I'm going to have one about what I'm going to ask her to do during the break, but that's it. Okay. The one before that question is: can you describe for us with your hands how big your dog is, Boo?
Boo is. She's a square.
Okay.
She's about this big.
Okay.
She's like a brick. She's a brick.
Let the record reflect. Can you describe approximately how many inches you are saying Boo is in length?
How big is this?
What kind of dog is she?
She is a Yorkie.
A Yorkie.
Okay, that's the one question.
Can you describe how long she is? How much she weighs?
Okay, so she's probably this long.
Okay, do you have an approximation? I only want you to tell what you believe the truth. Do you know how much she weighs?
She weighs.
Don't guess.
I don't know how much she weighs.
Okay.
But she's almost as wide as she is long. She's a brick. She's a cube.
A cube or a brick. Okay.
Okay.
So before we pause, I'm going to ask you during the break to please do the following.
Okay.
Would you be kind enough to retrieve your cell phone from the car?
Don't answer the question yet.
Okay.
Okay. And would you also, I'd like her to answer the question.
No, I'm going to instruct you not to answer this. And I already told you that you should be asking us about production of documents types of questions.
Okay.
It's a proper.
May I also ask you during the break to review the documents that you provided in these proceedings today, and do that during the time we have for the break?
Okay.
May I ask you to do that?
You've asked her to do that, and we're taking a break now. It's not a question to be answered.
How long are we taking?
An hour?
Probably an hour.
We need an hour?
Well, it may force us to come back tomorrow, but yes.
We're taking a lunch break?
I'd like to take 30 minutes if that's okay.
No, we're taking an hour. It's intense. She's talking about being abused. She needs a break. We all need a break.
We're going off the record.
Yes.
I think we're going off the record now.
The time is approximately 1:43 p.m. We're going off the record.
What the fuck are we watching? I mean, that was bad. Talking private, talking off the record, talk off the record. Jesus. Problems, right? Where did this come back? Oh, right, okay. So they just cut it. She comes back literally now. Oh, my days. I'm knackered after that. I'm absolutely cream cracked after that. Oh. I just wish that I don't think the attorney helps her at all. I think he's bad for her.
What exhibit
The
are we
time
on?
is approximately 2:33
This will
p.m.
be
and we're back on the
I.
No,
No,
we have,
sorry,
we
K.
have I and J.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Ms. Hurd.
Hi.
Ms. Hurd, do you recall signing a sworn declaration in support of your claim seeking a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp?
I do remember signing a declaration. Are you asking specifically about the declaration for divorce or restraining order?
I'm asking specifically about the declaration you signed in support of your request for a restraining order.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what will be marked as Respondents K. Do you recognize that document? It's a 1, 2, 3, 4-page document. Do you recognize that document?
Take your time.
It's the same when I filed this.
Look at the last page.
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to read through that document?
I briefly read it just now.
Do you need to read it in any more detail to know that it's what you said?
It seems like yes.
Yes, what?
This looks like the document I signed and I'm familiar with, and I feel as though having read it as briefly as I just did, I can say that.
Do you need any more time to be able to say that that's the document you filed when you signed under penalty of perjury for your DVRO? Do you need any more time?
Just
I don't know.
objection, best evidence rule. The actual signed document would be the best evidence.
Is the document before you in Respondents K, the document that you signed in support of your domestic violence restraining order?
Best evidence rule, the document filed in court would be the best evidence.
Ms. Heard, just so there's no claim that you've been tricked in any way, because my intention is not to trick you in any way. Are the statements contained in the document that you've just identified as the direct declaration you filed in support of your domestic violence restraining order on May 26, 2016. Are each of those statements true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It's a compound question. If you want to go through each statement and affirm, that would be fine. That would be the better way to do it.
Again, Mr. Harder continues to make speaking objections that are improper and inappropriate for these proceedings, and I would ask him to make legal objections for the record.
Compound is the legal objection, and I explained it briefly.
Ms. Hurd, are you aware that you have sworn under penalty of perjury that each of the statements you made in your declaration were true?
Yeah.
Or truthful? Yes?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. And in your declaration, you make allegations about something that happened, you say, on April 21, 2016. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. Do you remember April 21, 2016?
What part of that day?
Any of the events that you think are significant?
I remember my birthday party dinner, and I remember
I'm not asking you what you remember right now. I'm asking you, do you remember the events? Are they clear in your mind?
I remember any specific events.
Any events related to these allegations you've made?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Hurd, in your declaration, do you say that Johnny, and I'm pointing you so you can be very clear, paragraph 7 of the declaration. Do you say in your sworn declaration, Johnny showed up inebriated and high in that declaration?
Let me find it. Yeah, I do. Yes.
Okay. And when you say he showed up inebriated and high in your declaration, to what are you referring to? What time of the day and what day are you referring to?
Which question are you asking me?
Okay.
Let me
be clear.
Thank you.
Do you swear in your declaration and state that on April 21, 2016, I celebrated my birthday with my friends at the Broadway residence?
Yes, I do say that in my declaration.
Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also say in your declaration, quote, as everyone was preparing to leave my birthday party, Johnny showed up inebriated and high?
Wait.
Yeah. Yes, I do say that.
Okay. What time did Johnny show up inebriated and high to the birthday party?
I don't remember the exact time.
Okay.
But I do remember it was after the dinner had been completed.
Okay. And your statement that he showed up inebriated high as everyone was preparing to leave my birthday party is truthful, correct?
Why are you repeating high? I don't have that on here. Maybe we have different drafts.
Wait.
Yeah. Just twice now. I was just making sure we had the same draft. Can you repeat it, please?
Are you looking at paragraph 7?
Yes. Can you repeat your question,
Yes.
please?
Do you make the statement in paragraph 7, as everyone was preparing to leave my birthday party, Johnny showed up, inebriated and high?
Yes.
You do make that statement?
Yes.
Okay. So that statement is true, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge.
Well, were you there?
Yes, I was.
Did you see him when he arrived?
Yes.
Is it your testimony he was inebriated and high?
Yes, it is my testimony.
Is that the truth?
As far as I could tell, yes.
Okay.
I am not Johnny, so
Okay. Tell me exactly what you observed in Johnny Depp when he first arrived at your birthday party that made you conclude that he was inebriated and high.
Because I know Johnny. I know Johnny very well.
Can you describe for us anything and everything you saw when you saw Johnny, who you know, that made you conclude he was inebriated and high?
What gave me the impression that Johnny was inebriated and high? Many things. I know him very well.
Okay. So
first,
yes, go ahead. I'd like you to describe them, so please do.
Describing the things that give me the impression that Johnny is or was inebriated and high. First and foremost, he was hours late. I don't want to guess, but I estimate 2 hours. Could be a little more. That's a first sign. Knowing how important someone's 30th birthday party, your wife's birthday party is, and being that late tells me, first and foremost, that he is out. When he's out, as he had been a lot in the months prior, he spent a lot of time drinking and doing a lot of cocaine. I know that because of how he would return home after these kinds of dinners. So he comes back, and I could tell by, first of all, that he had wine in his hand. I could tell by his speech nuances in his behavior, and getting up every 15 minutes to go to the bathroom is, in my experience with him, a telltale sign of his coke use, which had been a problem as of late. And then he disappeared quickly. His behavior is just aggressive, short fuse. I could tell he was using a lot of Adderall in the month prior, which was making him very aggressive towards me, aggressive towards criticism, and the paranoia, which is extremely, it's exacerbated when he's using a lot of, when he's smoking a lot of marijuana. So all of these things, plus the fact that he was smoking marijuana in front of me at some point at the night, all tell me he was under the influence.
Ms. Hurd, I asked, my question to you was, what signs did you see when he first arrived that Johnny Depp was, as you say, inebriated and high when you first saw him come in that evening?
I could tell he was inebriated and high when he entered the room. I could tell by how he walks. I could tell because he was so late to something that was very important.
Okay, so he was, just to be clear, he was late and how he was walking.
Not limited to those two things.
Okay.
Shall I continue? Or do you want me to just pretend that interruption is done? Like that was it?
I'm not intending to interrupt you. I just wanted to be clear what you said. Please continue.
His behavior, his speech patterns, his highly volatile, aggressive kind of reaction to physically, the small, intimate details you pick up on when you know someone really well. They were all tilted into the direction of somebody who was under the influence of the things I just mentioned.
Okay. So at the time you saw him enter your birthday party, from the way he was, fact that he was late, way that he was walking, his speech patterns, and those things you can intuit from his behavior, you believed, as you said, that he was inebriated and high, correct?
Not to mention his frequent trips to the bathroom, the taste of cocaine when I kissed him, kind of the small intimate behaviors that you pick up on when you're sitting next to someone.
Okay, when did you first kiss him, Miss Hurd?
You interrupted her.
Oh, I'm
Were you
sorry.
finished?
I guess what other things do I think were signs that he was inebriated and high? Aggression, lack of eye contact, subtle nuances in his behavior, and the fact that he didn't participate in a way that I have seen him participate socially in my birthday. We were, the small subtle things, and they became grossly amplified as soon as everyone started leaving the party.
How many people were there when you saw Johnny arrive?
I don't know the exact number.
Can you identify anyone else there when you saw Johnny arrive?
Do you mean, do I know who was at my birthday party? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, can you identify for us anybody else who was present when you saw Johnny arrive?
We all saw Johnny arrive. Everybody at my party did.
Can you identify for us who those people were?
Yes, they were my close friends and family.
By name?
I know Melanie Iglesias was there, Erin Borum, her partner, Melanie's partner. His name is Steve. I don't know his last name. My sister, a boyfriend of hers at the time.
Name?
They were just dating briefly. His name was what was his name? I'll think of it. Whitney, new boyfriend every few months.
Your sister has a new boyfriend every few months.
Yeah. This one was, what was his name? I forget his name right now, but I'll think of it.
Okay. Could you let us know? Maybe give your attorneys that so they can let us know.
Absolutely.
Great. Anyone else present when you saw Johnny give these symptoms that you described?
Let's see. Josh Drew, Raquel Pennington, Amanda DeCadenet. There was somebody else there. I feel like, Brandon McCulloch. And I think that's it. I could, if I'm forgetting anyone, it's just, I don't know. I don't think I'm forgetting anyone.
Okay. When Johnny first arrived, where was everybody in the apartment? Had there been guests?
Christy Sexton.
Christy Sexton. Is that Sexton? Okay.
Sure.
When Johnny first arrived, you say approximately 2 hours late. Was there were any of these people still in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Where were they?
Who?
Any of these people? Were they all gathered in one location?
I think we were more or less milling about, cleaning up plates from dinner, moving about the apartment.
Okay. So Johnny wasn't present when you were still eating at the table?
Some people might have still had their plates in front of them. I don't know to what extent they had finished.
Okay.
Because there's more than one person.
Okay. When you described one of the signs you saw when you arrived that convinced you that he was inebriated and high, and you mentioned his aggression, could you describe exactly what you saw that made you feel you were witnessing aggression?
It was subtle, and it was in regards to whisperings between him and I. As soon as I was sitting next to an empty chair my entire birthday dinner, and when he walked in, everyone kind of responded to the fact that there's this empty chair next to me that the whole night had just been awaiting to be filled. And so I think when he sat down, he kind of it was in his postures and his body language. It was in how he reacted to me, what he said and what he didn't say to me. You know, the normal behavior is to say happy birthday or sorry I'm late or whatever. And he was quiet and subtly short with me. And when we spoke, it was very curt and dismissive and quiet and defensive.
Ms. Hurd, let me just remind myself for a second. I had asked you before our break to retrieve your cell phone from the car at the break. Did you do that? Were you able to do that?
I didn't bring it with me. I'm sorry.
You did not bring your cell phone?
No.
So it was not in the car?
No.
Did you check?
Yeah.
You checked the car?
No, I asked. I asked
Asked
Rodrigo. I asked them to ask Rodrigo. And
who's Rodrigo?
My driver.
Okay. Does Rodrigo know where your personal possessions are?
Look,
I don't have anything
we're
in
not
the car,
required
he
to.
said.
Let me just enter an objection. We're not required to produce a telephone, so we're not going to do it.
Ms. Hurd, did you have any knowledge at the time Johnny showed up to your birthday party late where he had been?
He told me he was in a meeting, or he had a meeting.
Did you have any awareness with who?
No.
You had no awareness as to who it was with?
No, he said some money guys. Some guys that were helping him, or some money guys. That's all he said.
Okay. And did you have any communications with him earlier in the evening about his being delayed or why he was late?
No, but I do remember, not that I know of specifically, but I do remember speaking to him on the phone in the afternoon. And I said to him, do you know you do know the time? And it's at 8 or whatever, I think 8:30. And he said, okay, well, I just have a meeting at 7 or something. And I remember thinking to myself, it sounded a little tricky, but it would be really important I'd really appreciate you being there. You are coming, right? It's my birthday dinner. And he said, yeah, of course, yeah.
How many times did you call him during this period?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. Did you text him as well?
I don't remember. I'm sure I did, but that's a guess.
Don't guess.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay.
Justify
Showing you what will be marked as respondents L.
K, I believe.
No, it's a, you missed
Oh, I'm
K.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, before I do that, Ms. Hurd, let me be clear. Were you upset by the idea that he would show up to your birthday party drunk and high? Did that upset you?
That he was drunk and high?
Yes.
Yes, I would call it disappointed.
Okay. And did you approve of him drinking alcohol?
No.
Was that something you supported?
Did I support Johnny drinking alcohol?
Yes.
No.
And did you support Johnny drinking alcohol during this specific time, April 21, 2016?
I was disappointed and disheartened anytime I saw him drinking, but it was not a deal breaker. Oh my God, I'm walking away from you in this relationship, as it had been in many iterations of our relationship, when he would promise to get sober and clean, and then by the first drink would be a huge fight, and it would
Okay, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm assuming it would be true that you didn't encourage him to drink while he was at the party that night, correct?
Are you asking me if I encouraged him to drink?
Yes, alcohol.
I would never characterize. No, I would never characterize it like that. I would never say that.
Okay,
I would never say I was encouraging of.
okay. Or supporting, correct?
I depends on what you call supporting.
In favor of him drinking?
Emotionally, I would be never, ever in favor of him drinking.
Okay. And would that be the same for on April 21, 2016, Johnny using drugs?
What are you asking me?
Whether you would encourage that you do that?
Vague as the term drugs.
What do you mean? Then?
Non-prescription drugs.
Vague.
Which?
Cocaine?
I would never, ever be supportive of Johnny using cocaine.
Marijuana?
I hated that he smoked marijuana.
Okay.
I could not always express direct opposition to him depending on what his state was and how lost of a cause that would have been, how many fights it would have incited, depending on where we were in our game of never again, never again, never again.
Okay. Showing you what we previously identified as Respondent's Exhibit L. Could you take a look at that, please?
Take your time.
What is this one? Is this the same time?
Ms. Hurd, did you have a chance to look at those?
I did.
That 2-page text, Respondent's L?
Yes.
Okay. Did you send that text to Mr. Depp on April 21 at 9:40?
I don't remember sending that.
Did you communicate with Johnny Depp during the evening of April 21 and ask him how he was doing?
I don't remember sending these specifically.
Okay. Do you have
They're
any?
at 9:40. Yeah, okay. I'm assuming I sent these because it says Slim, and that's probably me.
Slim is you? Okay. And is it true, I just want to know, is it true that prior to Johnny arriving at the party, you sent him a text that said, quote, "Hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint"? Did you say that to him?
That it says that I sent that to him. I don't remember what context that was.
Do you deny saying that to him by text prior to his arrival at the party?
No, I am not denying that. I'm just saying I don't remember having done it.
Okay.
I don't remember every text message in the context of which it is. For instance, I know that if he's, just an idea, the context matters, and there are many other people at that party whom might be asking for joints that he would be. There are a lot of people at the party that would have asked or appreciated him bringing up a joint or a drink, and could have been asking for one of our other guests, not Johnny. And I'm looking at this and assuming I was asking on behalf of a particular person at the party or particular couple of people at the party.
Is it your testimony?
Not for
now?
him.
You were asking him to bring up a drink for someone else at the party.
When he had still not been home, and when you get off the elevator, you pass you pass the utility closet, the utility apartment. And inside that utility apartment is a wine cellar and a lot of other things. And so I'm sure I was asking him to bring in something for someone else, because those are very common. And at this stage in our relationship, that was not one of those walk away if you're drinking iterations of our relationship. We've been through many cycles where any sort of drug use would have been a deal breaker, walk away, never again. I'm not doing this again, as evidenced in many text conversations over the years that you guys hopefully have between many different people in his life, from his best friends to his sister to his house manager to his security to his kids, where those were like deal breaker moments, you know, when he would start using again. And they would sometimes encourage me to leave him to support Johnny's sobriety, or they would and then sometimes it would be a different iteration of our relationship where I tried to stay out of it and go to Al-Anon and try not to engage in someone's use.
So is it the truth that when you asked him on April 21, 2016, to, quote, bring up something to drink and or a joint, end quote, you were asking him to bring those things for other people, not him to use, correct?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't remember the context of these text messages, but if I had to guess, that seems like a likely guess. Either way, no matter if it was in reference to bringing up something from the utility apartment that he would have passed if he truly was on the way home soon and would be passing on the way there, or if it was a means for me to say, hey, I'm not going to bite your head off if you come here. Please just don't flake on my birthday party. Either way, I don't remember.
Okay, but either way, it's true that you did not, on April 21, encourage Johnny himself to drink or do drugs, correct?
Not directly, no.
Okay.
And I don't feel like that text message is that at all. It could be just hey, dude, I'm not going to be mad at you just because you're high and drunk. Please just don't flake on my birthday party. He'd stay out a lot these days and avoid coming home. And I was afraid that in part of that was because he felt I would be judgmental of the state he arrived in.
Okay. So you testified earlier that you did not delete any texts from your cell phone, correct? Relating to these events,
No,
correct?
No.
And these texts that we're talking about would still be on your cell phone, correct?
No, because these are from April 21st. This immediately precedes when he threw my phone out of the window. It's a 14th floor window, and it was smashed. And
is there some reason to believe you don't still have these texts?
Exactly what I just told you.
You don't still have these texts?
For the reason I just told you, my whole cell phone and everything in it was thrown out of the window by Johnny because he was mad at me. It's a 14th floor window. It was smashed.
Did you throw his cell phone out the window?
I did.
Oh.
Right after he threw mine.
I see. So if
his was covered in a very protective, thick leather, what do you call it? Packaging, wallet thing, and it was protected on both sides. I threw it and then immediately had it retrieved because I felt bad.
Okay.
My phone was out of a cover. It was just by itself, and so it was lost and we never found it.
So it's fair to say, and I don't want to put words on the mouth, but
okay.
You didn't feel bad about throwing his phone because it had the protective cover?
Vague and ambiguous. It misstates her testimony.
Yeah, he threw mine out of the window first, and then I threw his.
Drawing your attention back to the text on April 21 that we referred to beginning, hey baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint, 2 question marks. Is it true that you followed that and wrote to him, quote, I'm in if you are?
Yes. Okay. I drink wine.
Okay. And by referring to if you are specifically saying if you are into drinking and smoking the joint, correct?
If you're into bringing the wine up.
Ms. Hurd, what had you had to drink on April 21, 2016 that was alcoholic at the time you say that you observed Johnny arriving to your birthday party late?
I had a glass of red wine. I don't remember which kind.
Just one glass?
Yes, it was just one glass.
Had you ingested any cocaine by the time Johnny had arrived at your party on April 21, 2016?
No.
Had you ingested or smoked any other drug prior to Johnny's arrival at your birthday party?
Absolutely not.
Once Johnny arrived, what did you? What did he do?
He walked in the door.
Okay. What did he do next?
I don't remember what his next move was, but eventually he sat down next to me.
Okay. Do you know how long it was before he sat beside you?
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember anything that happened at the party between the time Johnny arrived and the time the last guest had left?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell us.
Tell you what.
What you remember.
About the party after he arrived?
Anything of significance that you feel is significant to these proceedings from the time he arrived till the time the last guest left that evening?
I remember when he eventually sat down. I remember his behavior seemed odd, as I described before. He seemed, he didn't make any eye contact with me. He seemed to be shifty, avoidant of talking about why he pretended that he wasn't late or that it was not something I could respond to or would have felt. He was shifty. He was kind of curt. My friends went around the table. Everyone was trying to talk to him, and he was not communicative. He was, he was communicating in a way that I guess if you know him, you recognize as odd. And we went around the table and we talked about we talked about significant memories that he and I might have shared. We talked about significant memories that everyone has of me, and Johnny didn't want to participate, and I thought that was really strange. And then Raquel prompted him to speak. And when he finally did speak, he didn't know what to say. And Raquel helped him out by offering a story that he has told before that is kind of sweet and endearing. And he stumbled through it and then talked about my ass, talked about me being young and him being old. And everyone at the party started to kind of look a little uncomfortable. And my friend, Amanda, looked at me and mouthed the words, "I'm sorry." And when he was done talking, Raquel, I grabbed Raquel's hand, squeezed it, and said, "Thank you for trying to make that work," because it was my 30th birthday, and he was the only one who was not able to really participate in it.
Okay. And in terms of the text you say you sent Johnny before he arrived at your birthday party on April 21, stating, quote, "Hey, baby, bring up something to drink and or a joint. I'm in if you are."
Mm-hmm.
When he arrived, did he have a joint with him?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, what did he do with it?
I don't remember.
Okay, should we pause? I'm being informed that we need to switch our media.
Okay.
This marks the
We can
end
just
of-
stay.
The end of media number 2 in the video deposition of Amber Depp. The time is approximately 3:13 p.m. and we're going off the record.
All right.
What? Right, hang on. I'm not going to close it down. Actually, I'm good. I'm just like, yeah, days. I mean, the days. Do you know what's going to cheer me up? I think some of you might know what's going to cheer me up. I just got to find it.
Whatever documents were produced were produced.
Did you produce any documents today, Ms. Hurd?
We produced documents. We have it on the record. We have it on the record.
Ms.
You were
Hurd?
looking at them. Laura even said there were 2 inches of documents that she just received from Ms. Hurd's counsel.
And all she's asking is if they're responsive to the document production request.
That's not the question.
Is it your position that any documents that are produced under deposition notice are privileged documents and therefore they shouldn't be produced? Just make sure that it's clear,
We just
because when
wanna
we
be
make
clear
our
on this,
motion in
Hurd.
limine, I want to make sure that you're the one that's taking that position.
I don't know what you're
Because they
talking
won't
about.
be presented at trial. We're going to exclude them all because obviously you're objecting under the attorney-client privilege. I love it. Just tell us. Keep going, Blair.
Hang on. Laura, you're being extremely argumentative and you're completely out of line.
So sorry.
Documents were produced and we have made that clear. If you can't handle being in the room, maybe you shouldn't be in the room.
It's my room, babe. Please keep going.
Ms.
Maybe you
Hurd,
should control yourself in your own room.
Ms. Hurd, did you produce?
Oh, I had to do that. I had to cheer myself up a little bit because that was long. That was long. I know everyone says it's important and everything. The main thing I got from the second video was how bloody petty. How petty they were. Laura, you should leave the room. It's my room, babe. That's fantastic. That was fantastic. I love the first one. I struggled with the second one a little bit. When they got so petty as I did, I did struggle. Seeing the pictures of the dog now, and the dog's a little bit tiny, so not quite as big as what she said it was. So yeah, that's gonna be a little bit awkward. So I presume what we're saying is that she left a log in the bed, is what we're saying, essentially, which is fine. I don't believe it. I'm joking. It's obviously her, but what I'm saying is I can't imagine it. Like that's someone so beautiful doing something so dirty. I know some people are, high flying people that shit on like tables and stuff. When they're drunk, and they like to have like sexual stuff like on see-through tables. I'm like, I don't want to know anymore. That's disgusting. So I'm not a big fan of stuff like that. That quote though, "It's my room, babe." I might put once I open my store is open. We'll also put my store properly, but I might put it on a mug or something, or on a t-shirt. It's my room, babe. Definitely gonna buy one of those. So I don't know. She obviously went a lot more defensive, and she's a little bit more snappy in the second one. But I also felt that the attorney was as well, like the female one, Blair. But also I'm very conscious that I'm tired as well. So I don't see like I know I try to forget everything. Like how can I describe this to people? If I was telling a lay person what I think that she's hiding something. She's not being truthful. But I think she's been truthful, but not. I think she's lying about certain things. she has a great memory when she needs to have a great memory. And when she's put in a corner, her memory seems to go. And the more that her attorney jumps in, the more dodgy it all looks. So I don't know what the hell that was. A spider girl. Is you posting something? I don't remember posting that. Great. Yeah, obviously I've got a channel on Facebook, not channel, bloody thing on Facebook now. The alternate corner. It's more going to be a group for just promoting stuff. Oh, fuck me, I'm tired. Just promoting stuff and just chatting about trials and stuff like that. Yeah, I've got on private mode. I suggest you do the same. Well, if you're normal, that is. If you do want to join, either do the same as Spider Girl and Mad World. They've just done a page, private page, no pictures. My one has got my profile picture now until I change it. But I got rid of my nieces and stuff. I saw private. You have to request my friendship, and it's very unlikely that I would accept it unless I know who you are. So there's that. So please join that. But as I say, before you join, make sure that you're in private, or just create a secondary Facebook group or something, Facebook page or whatever. And because hopefully it'll take off, so we can start discussing some stuff. And hopefully people use it as a home. So similar to what we were discussing before, like there's groups on Twitter and stuff like that. Just hopefully people just use. I'm sure we can create stuff in there. I'm not sure, whatever. Mad World Spider Girl will know more than me, so I have no idea about Facebook. I hardly ever use Facebook. But then we can promote stuff as well. There's a couple of people in there, Carolyn and Catherine. They're both similar to us, enjoy trials and stuff like that. Anyway, right, I need to post that Rumble. Oh, Rumble have gone. Fair play to them. Rumble last night, honestly, hundreds of there. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, so back to this. I understand. I look at this, right, as something, when lawyers go ask questions to witnesses and stuff, they go, "Oh, we need to lay the foundation." So this is the way I'm looking at this: is we're laying the foundation for me, and then once the start of the trial, then in 2 weeks, it should help me. Like Rosie said, it'll help me. And I'm glad of that. It's a shame we can't get Johnny Depp stuff as well. I wouldn't know where to start looking at that. If anyone does find it, let me know. Or know where even bits of it is. Because we are quite handy to do like the third week, do some of his. Or even next week, if it's not too big. Next week, hang on, let me just tell you, right? So next week, the first video is 1 hour and 43 minutes. And the second video is 1 hour 33. So it's basically 3 hours, 3.25 hours. So it's not that. Cheers, Spider Girl. I know you will. But it's not that big. So if you do find anything about Johnny Depp, even if it's a couple like a 2 hour video or something, we could just add. We don't do the whole thing. I don't think we need to go through the whole thing, but I would like to see how he deals with the deposition. And if it's only like a couple of hours, fuck, we'll add it on here. So just for Rosie's sake, this is, and Mad World's sake, this is. Oh, actually, it's very for say. So I'm just thinking, when we do the actual trial, ladies, I don't know why you call you ladies, but I'm joking. Because hang on, let me get this right. Let me get this right. Let me get this right. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Oh, no, I need to go. I know where I need to go. I need to find Spider Girl. Where is she? Here she is. Full list. So, I know there's breaks and I know everything like that, but the average video is normally between 7 and 8 hours. right? Which is a long time. Obviously, there's going to be breaks, so that might take an hour and a half away, say, with lunch and everything like that. But it's still going to be like 5.5 hours. So it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's going to be 12, 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock. Is that too late? Is it better if I start like 6:30? Or don't want to start too early because you got those bloody people on the East Coast and stuff like that, you know? You gotta make sure they're okay as well. That would mean like a 1:30 start or a 1 o'clock start. But how does that? I'm just worried because in the UK, I don't want to go on till 2 o'clock in the morning for my own sake, let alone everyone else's sake. So, you know, as the people in here, what are we thinking? You know, is 7 o'clock and deal with it? Maybe go on to 12:30, 1 o'clock, or maybe start at 6 and try look to start the whole thing at 6:30 or something. I'm open for opinions, even those like Spider Girl, A Miller, everybody, you know, whatever you think. What's best to do here? I'm just trying to, you know, please everyone. But ultimately, by pleasing everyone, I please no one. That's a problem. So that's what I was thinking. Maybe starting and having a chat at like 6. You know, get some gossip out of the way, and then actually start the video at 6:30. That's 7, 8, 9, 10. So we would finish here about midnight. Maybe a quick review. But with you Americans, like, you know, I would stay on a little bit longer. But for people like Mad World and Rosie, that's, you know, they're getting old, you know, so they can't stay up past midnight. I love Mad World, but which one? Okay. Fine, let's do it. So let's do this then. Let's start at 6 with the intention that we will definitely start the video for 6:30. What we'll do is I will research because I can, you know, gloss over it to see how many breaks there are and work it back. So what I'll do is make sure that the videos hopefully do not because also actually that's what we're doing because I'll tell you why Mad World. I can also play a 1.25. So if I start at 6:30 the video, if I do a 1.25, I think we'd be done by about 11, 11:30. That means we can have a discussion at the end then. That's what we'll do. So, fine. I don't know what we just agreed to, but fine. That's what we'll do. Rosie, Rosie, I know you're old. I know. It's fine. It's fine. We're the same age, but you're old. I know. I feel it as well. No, that's why I brought her up. My cutoff. Why is that? What time we go to the clubs? Rosie's like, not midnight. I'm off. Pre-drinks. I'm off. Clubbing. Midnight. Rosie's there in London. Clubbing. Oi, oi, let's go. I know what you like, Rose. Can't stay up until. That's fine. If you go clubbing, you go clubbing anytime you want, Rose. It's fine, Rosie. Don't worry about it. Nah, I know. I'm the same. I do it because I can obviously. Here he comes. Zup nerds. Right, nerds? Right, Rosie, do you know this guy? Do you know Lefty? Do you follow each other on Twitter? That's all I want to know. But Lefty, you've missed the whole. Oh, Spider's a dick expert. Yes, she is. She knows all about the dicks. So does Mad World. Well, it's getting to midnight now, so Rosie's getting tired now. Rosie's going to leave us now, which is fine. You go, Rosie. It's fine. I'll tell Lefty all about you once you've left. But thank you for that. But yeah, definitely, I want to finish before midnight every single Saturday. You're 100% right. If anything, I'm going to be playing at 1.25. That's fine. That's fine. We will. I'll just play everything at 1.25 so that we can yeah, Rosie, you join the Facebook group as well. If you haven't got Facebook, create one. Lefty, join the Facebook group, the alternate corner. Again, just make sure, Lefty, that you've got a private account or like a page or something. Don't have pictures of your kids and stuff. I just went in private mode so no one can see my profile. But I just started a new group on Facebook, the alternate corner. But yeah, just warning you all, please go into private or please create a fake account, not fake account, but create another account which doesn't have pictures of your kids and stuff like that on it. Just a throwaway page or something. Don't use your actual Facebook pages, groups. Oh, cool. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't know because Lefty's an arsehole, and well, I'm not going to call you a bitch. I'm not going to call you a bitch because you've just come. I know you've got to go, Rosie, because it's now midnight, and the clubs will not, stop without you. But really appreciate you being here. Hopefully, you come back. If you're not doing anything this weekend and you're genuinely not doing anything, look at the trial that I'm streaming at the minute about the NFL guy. You will love it. And I generally do mean that you will love it. It's the most frustrating witnesses you will ever have met in your life. I can't even tell you how bad they are. The arrogance. Oh, you will blow a lid at how arrogant those kids are. So if you've got time, look at the quality's not great on my audio, to be fair, in it. And also in time, Christmas time, look at my OnlyFans one as well. That's the only one that's really fucked with my head because I felt really sorry for the defendant and I hated the victim. That's the only one that's played in my head. But obviously you can't make the lives during the week and stuff. But yeah, try and watch it if you can, even if it's on and off. I'll make it's in a playlist in a minute. I think you'll enjoy it because the witnesses are that bad. So, but I know you got to go, Rosie, because we finished midnight. Lefty's gone quiet. Lefty, you come in and then you go. I'm like, I never know when you hear Lefty. Like Rosie's an old girl. She's a day oneer. Lefty's recently joined us, added loads to the group. Amy couldn't be here tonight because, well, today, but she's a good addition as well. We've got a little nice core group here. Spider Girl, Mad World. Amy, I appreciate you coming in as well. You pop in now and again. Welcome back anytime you want. It's gone quiet now. The chat's gone quiet. It's like, shall we see how many watch hours I made today? Shall we see? 40 views, 40 minutes, or 41. So calculator, 40. No, not that one. 41 times 40 equals that to 27 hours. Thank you very much, guys. I made 80 something yesterday. So that's good. That's 100 watch hours in 2 days. So I appreciate that. That really does. Because sometimes I only make like 15 hours. So you being here really does help me out. So thank you for that, guys. I don't know what else is there to say. I've got nothing much more to say to you guys. Because I think the next one is next week's one. We're going to watch it all, so I'll have more of an opinion then. All I'll say is the first video, I loved it. Second video, I liked the start of it. It was just a drag then after that. So I imagine video 3 and 4 will be drags as well. But we do now know that she shit the bed, which is not something I'm happy about. Yeah, not sure. Oh, actually, no, might not be interested. I'm actually doing research tomorrow on Monday. Um, but Amy asked me to do it. What's it called? Otis Anderson Jr. I want to share just in case if it's not something you can watch. Share it via Facebook. Yeah, definitely. So I think we can start. Can we do like breakout rooms and stuff like that if people are watching certain ones? Yeah, Otis Anderson Jr. was murdered by his father. Shot by his father. So I'm going to research that. That's coming up, but that's very Florida based. I'm not sure if people will be interested or not in that one. So people are leaving now, which is fine. But say goodbye before you leave, guys. I really appreciate you. So I'm going to research that and make a video of that. So that's something I definitely want to cover. We'll obviously have Brian Kohlberger coming up. Also, this is not. Is this Facebook group something they share on Twitter? Do you know what I mean? Or are we just going to get loads of weirdos there? Like just fake accounts and stuff. I just can't be asked with fake accounts. How do we deal with fake accounts? Because people aren't going to come and be themselves. They're just going to create fake accounts. Is that why we make it a closed group? I don't know. We do need to suss it out though. Because I don't want trolls in there. I just can't be asked for that. But yeah, I'm sure we can have breakout rooms of that. I'm sure we can moderate for you. Yeah, cool. Okay, I'll share that. You can find it by because I can't share it. Can I? Can I share it? A link or not? Maybe I can. I've already cool. I've already added Melissa because I'm friends with Melissa on Facebook, so she's already she's not in there. She's not accepted it yet, but she's been invited. And Carwyn, who is okay, fine. I need to warn Carwyn as well to put himself in private. Okay. Okay, well, let's look at it now then. Badwell, I know it's got midnight. Go to bed. Go to bed, Badwell. Thank you very much for being here as well. We need to get this. So everyone can go to bed if they want. It's not an issue. It's just more of a, I know Mad World here. It's gone midnight, so let's have a look at this now then. Facebook. Do on my mobile phone. It's easier. Do you like my cover? The alternate corner. See that golden ball? I'm not golden ball, but it's thin in on top. It is thin in. Right there. There. Yeah. Can invite people, manage. Share group. I got it. I got it. I got it. Go for my phone. Aha. I don't do one for anyone's phone now. It's when I messed it up with all the stores. This came from America, and it was fucking expensive. And I got done with the delivery of it all. So I just stopped it. I didn't, unless there's one that comes up in the UK, I'm not going to do it. I might do one for the US lot. But do you know what the store, right? I can do it for Americans, I can do it for UK, Europe now. I got to suck up a little bit for Europe because delivery is quite expensive. Canada, I can't, I can't, I can't sell to Canada. It's just so expensive. The delivery charges are just so expensive. They're like, I think $20. You know, do you have a small business? Do you? I didn't know that. You never said that before. You should bloody share it. You never knew you were doing. What it's got to be something artsy, isn't it? Is it something artsy because it just said need to look at my materials and stock, etc. Yeah, definitely. You tell me what I need to do. What do you sell? What's just online stuff? What's that mean? I don't know what just online stuff means. Just do all the stock. Hmm. It's so vague. I don't. Like what? You do anything? Like literally do anything? Or is it artistic stuff you do, or is it like any kind of bullshit? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, hey, fine. Right. Well, I'll tell you. I'll message you privately and tell you what I pay. Well, how much it costs me now, right, to do all that, and then see if you can get it cheaper. Because if you can make a little bit cash out of it, I make a little bit cash out of it. Happy days. I'm not looking to make too much out of it. Well, uh, because for me, I'm just so lazy. Not lazy. Like I work hard, but when it comes to detail and stuff, I'm just like, oh, like I was going to get a printer and stuff. I I can make stuff, but it's like it won't be good, eh? Also, I can't be asked to deliver it and stuff like that. So that's why. Um, well, cool. Okay, it's good to know. Well, I mean, I'm sure we could do certain things anyway. I, yeah, let's have a chat again. I got some new stuff I'm going to launch. Think this week coming, but then definitely could look at some stuff then. Right, I'm sharing this now. So, um, if you want to discuss trials and all true crimes, and be part of the community, come join us here. Fierce mods. Okay, so now anybody else? There's all trials. Roles. You kicked out. You want a nice and friendly. Community. What like-minded. Minded and respectful. Okay, so I'll post that. I just posted that now. Yeah, that's you. Yeah, fine. As I say, I'm on what's it called? I don't even know what I'm on. Yeah, I mean we can work something out, I'm sure. Do you know what I mean? Desktop it was. Also try phone. Yeah, what the fuck's raw? Raw. I got a new design. Then I got to open the bra. Yeah, I got one here. Let's see what this does then. So yeah, I got some new designs as well. Some of them are beautiful. I mean, some of you've seen some of them, but motherfucker, why can't I see that? Also, like because Madwell, I'm on Shopify, which is expensive as fuck, but it's independent. Like, is Etsy better or something? Because they said I could do Etsy, but what confuses me is the UK and then other countries. That's what confuses me. Motherfucker. Okay. Just trying to open these designs, but I can't fucking. Let me try again and then if I can do it quickly. Get your files. Right. Do you like this, guys? Do you like this one? If I can get it. Where the hell is that now? No, wrong one. So this is going to go. Yeah, yeah. £70 a month standing fee. What the fuck are you paying? I'm not paying that much. I'm paying 25. But then I have to pay for the other side as well. So in total, it's about 40 quid I'm paying for. Yeah, I don't mind that though. Do you know what I mean? Right, look at this design. This is going to go on t-shirts and stuff. No, not that one. Not that one. Where the fuck is it then? Hang on, I don't know where I put it. It's there, the alternate corner. No, there are options for 70. There are, you're right. But I'm not. I'm in like in the basic one. Basic. I ain't spending because no one's buying, so I'm not what. Do you know what I mean? I'm not gonna. No way I'm gonna buy one then. Right, let me get this spot for you then. So this is going to go on my t-shirt. You see, that's the logo. You see it. You put it on the mug and whatever, but that's going to go on t-shirts and stuff. So innocent until proven guilty, and innocent until proven guilty in the alternate corner there. Just keep it a little bit classy. Do you know what I mean? I like it. That's first view. That'll be out next week now. Yeah, just something classy, really. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Obviously, I didn't do it. I got a designer doing it for me, but Where's I got? Is let me open the other ones up. Hang on. Where's the other one? He's trying to send me the actual logo, but he can't do it. He's having difficulties at the minute in sending it to me. So what's here? Okay. So essentially, just as an example, this is what it would look like then on a hoodie. Hang on if I can. Presents, screen, window. So that's example of the hoodie then. What else has he sent me? Cheers, guys. Oh, GB, hello. Oh, GB. Yeah, I mean, so I wanted something light and blue. So um, you should see the actual logo. The actual logo is very, very good with him as well. If I can. Oops. Try related stuff. Amber Heard. Yeah, that's why I want to do a It's My Room, Babe. Hi, GB. Yeah, definitely. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do, certainly. Trying to get the other one now. Hang on. So you can see my actual logo. So this is my actual logo, right? But it's it's on clothing, but and it will go on clothing, but Rudolph presents share screen. I think some of you have seen this before. So that's going to be the that's actually the logo. If you see it, that's going to be what I'm going to use more than anything now. So that's why I wanted the innocent until proven guilty stuff behind it. So I'd probably use that like that, but it's going to be more on mugs and stuff like that. I don't know. I need to play about with it. But I still want to use some of the stuff I got as well. So, don't know. So, yeah, exclusive look for you guys on some of this stuff. So, I got a couple of bits already, but he's sending me the rest of them tonight. So, exciting times. So, yeah, I'll put them up next week and see how we do with it, really. See how we start. Because I'm trying to make it as cheap as possible and add delivery into everything. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. But also, if you know anyone that does buy some in terms of size up, I had samples of all the hoodies. Out of 5 hoodies, only one fitted me. So, and all the rest I needed to go up, which is fine because my nieces all grabbed them and were like they love long hoodies, so it was fine. But yeah, you have to size up on them. But yeah, that's where we are today. Let's have a look here now. Thanks for joining us, GB. You just do about to close down. Not sure who else is around, but if you're all bored on the weekend, take a look at the Travis Rudolph trial. It's a very interesting one. Definitely something of interest to most people. And on Twitter, share that Facebook group. GB more than happy to have you in the group, the alternate corner. We just set one up on Facebook now, so we've got a little bit of a home there. But in the message, I just said no trolls, no arseholes. I mean, just gonna kick them out. I just can't be arsed with any of them. Like, do you know what I mean? I want a nice, safe place for people to discuss. Also, I don't mind arguments. Arguments are fine as long as you're respectful. Do you know what I mean? I don't want everyone to agree. I think it's nice for people to disagree. But anyway, so if you've not seen this, GB, rewind it, watch it if you fancy it. Oh, actually, you're in Europe, so it's time for bed for you as well. So we'll do 6:30. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah, let me figure out. Either do 6 or 6:30, but I need to go through them all. And what I'll do is I will. And also, GB, my main takeaway at the minute is, but for the first video was great. The second video was just boring. But I want to watch the other ones now next week just to see what Hurdy's about. So yeah, for us, Madwell, what I can do on Rosie, what we can do is 1.25 it. Do you know what I mean? So I forgot about that. So we can cheat a little bit. We don't have to. If it's 5.5 hours, we can cut it down to about 4.5 hours. So that's be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock-ish, 11:30 finish then. So right, okay, people. Thank you very much, GB, for popping in. I really appreciate popping in. And if you guys haven't liked the video, make sure you like the video on the way out. Please, I really appreciate that. And I'm just going to go on Twitter for the next half hour or so, then bed. So with that, appreciate everybody, as always. Have a good weekend, long weekend, all of you. I'll see most of you back on Twitter and on screen. I'll see you on Tuesday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, on 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 3 o'clock our time, Mad World, for the Travis Rudolph trial. And if you've not seen it yet, catch up. It's a great trial. Right, with that, take care, guys. Thank you again. See you later. Ta-ra.